Happy Friday. It is a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful, beautiful day. It's a beautiful time to let's talk the Bible in its intended form. I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. Good morning. Happy Friday. YouTube Prosperous Living with Toya. TikTok Prosperous Living with _T. And we remind ourselves that we are the cause of our reality. When we become aware or we go through our enlightenment or awakened or remembering state, whatever you want to call it, now you know that you can command reality and you don't have to accept reality as it is. Right? You've been doing it all the time, just probably didn't realize that you were doing it the whole time. We've been manifesting all of our life. We've been commanding reality. We were just told what to think. And so we thought a lot of things that we did not like. We were told that, we were sinners. We were told we were in need of a savior, or we had to follow this God or follow that God that, you know, the God of religion or the Abrahamic faith specifically. Always mad, just so displeased. You have to beg and plead for forgiveness. And you have to pay your way up out of suffering. If you give God enough tithes, enough money, 10% of that income, enough offering, he may heal your body, he may heal your relationships, he may heal your mind, or maybe he won't. Or he may not do any of those things. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Depends, I guess, on how he feel on a certain day, you know, depending on whether, if you exhausted all of your income or not. That's not what this book teaches. The book doesn't teach you that. The book is telling you that God is your mind. That's what the book is telling you. And it's telling you that, whatever you experience, you have the right to perceive it differently. Whatever your experience is in life, you get to declare it as good or evil. That's the knowledge you were given, the knowledge of good and evil. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We deconstruct from the religious mindset. I have Christianity specifically because I used to be a Christian, so I can speak, more to that. But all Abrahamic faiths, mm-mm, mm-mm. But those who study the Abrahamic faiths from a esoteric perspective know that the Bible is all about the mind, right? You've read the Hermetic principles, you've read the Kabbalion, you've read the Emerald Tablets, the Upanishads, you've read the Verdes, I think that's how you say it, text, like you've read the Gospel of Thomas, you've read the Gospel of Mary, you've read all these books, right? And you come to the realization that it's all talking about you. And why are you here? People are funny. I think people just want attention. I'll give you the attention that you're looking for. You wanted the attention? You get it. Talking about before you go any further, I'm not interested. Why even waste your time then? Clearly you are interested. You took time to write that statement. I appreciate it though. Thank you. Oh my goodness. So funny. Hey, 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 DNA. Mindset Masters. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Peace and blessings. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. There is no falsehood. Good morning, Latoxic. Hello. I see you over here on YouTube as well. There is no fiction. There is none. That's why people be all up in the uproar. They're all worried about how someone else is perceiving reality. How someone else is perceiving reality is really none of your business, but you make it your business. You know, we're going to dispel the error, though, that Christianity and religion has blinded us so, right? But really, did religion blind us, or it's just part of the dream? It's part of the dream. It's part of the matrix. All of these constructs that we have here on this third dimensional plane, they're all constructs we built out, right? As we forgot who we were. And so when you forget who you are, you think everything else has power, everything else has control, that you have to look to another. When the whole time you were supposed to look to you. That your imagination is the power within you, your mind, your consciousness, your belief system. Thing is, you were told what to believe and you accepted it. We all did. We all accepted that things just have to be this way. And then when you start your remembering state, you start to remember how this world really works. And so you left breadcrumbs for yourself, right? You left, all these books, all of these sacred texts are there to help remind you of who you are. Because some things just started not to align. The math just stopped mathing, right? You're in church, you're at work, you're in school, you're watching the news, you're scrolling on these social media platforms, and you're just like, something just doesn't add up. The math just isn't mathing. Something is off. And so you start going a deep dive, you start like really questioning things. And one question leads to another question. That's what we say, whew, I went down the rabbit hole like Alice in Wonderland. And you end up in your own little wonderland when you go to take that jump into the rabbit hole. And you're like, where's this place? Everything I was told was a lie. And a lie is just a story someone tells you. Thing is, you just believed the story, and now you can stop believing his story and start believing my story, which is your own personal story, right? When you say, I'm going to tell my story now. I'm going to tell the life I want to experience, the things I want to have, the places I want to go, and the things I would like to, encounter and enjoy. Yes, yes. Yes, peace, peace, peace. Oh, yes. Welcome. How are you? Sound Taste Life. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So happy Friday to you all as we remember the power of the I am, which is the imagination, which is what man calls God, what the book calls Jehovah and God and Lord and all of those wonderful names. Emmanuel, Prince of Peace, right? The Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last, the door, the resurrection, the life, the light, all those things are describing the self of you, that the invisible you, not the physical you. The physical you is projection of the invisible you. You're not separate, you're one, but what did Christ remind us? This physical representation is lesser, right? The invisible is the greater. That which seen is the lesser. But you're still one, not two. You're still one. It's all you, boo. All you. Yes, yes, I like that. That's it. And you can have whatever you want in this reality. That's what the Bible is telling you, right? The Bible is reminding you of the power that you have. And you don't have to take compromises. You don't have to bargain. You don't have to strive. You don't have to struggle. All you have to do is decide, right? The Bible tells you, choose this day. I said before you, good and evil, blessings and cursings, life and death. Choose life, but you don't have to. You can choose the opposite. You can choose to go the way of the scoffer and the scornful, right? You can choose to speak against you. You can choose to go against your own life. You can choose that. It's a choice. Many of us have chosen to go down the path, you know, and we didn't even know we were choosing. That's was just right. We didn't even know we were choosing. We thought this was the only option. This was the only way. We thought there were no other options. Then you realize, oh, there are infinite options. I have infinite options. I don't have to go the way of the world. I don't have to do a thing because so and so says it or so and so thinks it, or I get to choose. And then when you make a decision, life makes it happen. Things just start to fall in place. Synchronicities start to occur. Aha moments, revelations, all of that good stuff becomes a part of your awareness. Right? And so the great question that we all have to answer within ourselves, who do I say that I am? And the other question is, what would you have of me? Right? That's what the Christ always, right? The Christ asks, who do they say that I am? Who do you say that I am? And then what would you have me do for you? So what do you want that genie in the bottle to do for you? That genie within you. That genie is at your command and will do whatever you ask of it. What do you want? That's the question. Because the Bible tells you can have whatever you want. It says, Mark 11:24. I love to quote that script. I have a book based off of it. It's in the link tree in my bio. The donation is $5 for the book. I have a transformation ebook bundle. You can get all three for $11. I have Daily Diamond Gems, 30-day transformation journey, and the recipe for life and manifestation book based off the script, Mark 11:24. Now that 30-day transformation journey, it gives you affirmations and scriptures a day. And I also break down the scriptures. I make it applicable, right? I give you a reason as to why you should fully embody that script, or why you may have not been embodying the script, right? I draw it out a little bit so you can, and repetition is key in this reality, right? Repetition is key. The script goes, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. Believe you received it and you shall have it. That's it. It says whatever, which means that literally means whatever you can think of, whatever can enter your mind that you would like to experience in this reality. And you got to be true to yourself. Some people be like, whatever. What if I said this? What if I said that? But is that something that you really want? Is that something that you really can say? Or are you just saying it to be a contrarian? Because if you really don't want the thing that you're trying to say, but it says whatever, but you don't think that, you don't see yourself as it, you're kind of wasting your time. Like, why? Why go through the motions of that? It's about whatever you want. Whatever you can see yourself being, doing, having. Because the reason why you're desiring it, because it already exists. It's already yours. Now you just have to be willing to receive the gift that you're giving yourself. But a lot of times people make excuses for not getting the thing that they truly want. Well, I don't know the right person. I don't have enough education. I don't have the money. Like, we give all, we create all these scenarios, but the script didn't say to think about how you would get it. That part is not your work. The script says to see yourself already with it. It says, to them that have, it shall be given. It will be given to you. You have to see yourself as already having it. Because at the end of being is having. Right? That's what Matthew 6:33 says. When you seek first the kingdom of God, good, your good, when you seek first the kingdom of your good and all of its righteousness, which is all the right thinking, righteousness, as we were reminded by Neville Goddard in The Power of Awareness, is the state of already being that which you desire. That's the righteousness. What does the script promise? The script gives you a promise and says, then all these things will be added unto you. It just comes automatically. When you occupy the state of already being that which you desire to be, the thing that you're desiring automatically comes, which means you don't have to earn it. You don't have to do anything to make it so. Your only work is to convince yourself that it's already so. That's the work. That's the work. Yes, yes. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. And I bring people up on the platform where we can discuss, we can break down that Christian dogma, the indoctrination. You can tell share your story if you're so, willing to do so, about how you came to this awakening, this truth. And I know some people are breaking away from Christianity, but they haven't come to this point in their journey, right? They have questioned the doctrine of Christianity, and for them it doesn't make sense, but they haven't gone far enough to see that the Bible is a psychological drama and the power we actually have. Religion was telling you that the power was outside of you. The Bible is telling you that the power is within you. So even though people are coming to that realization that the Bible, that the Christian theology doesn't really make sense, and they're like, walking away from that mindset, to say that we create our own reality is a bridge too far for them. And that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's not necessary. If you are not willing to show yourself that you actually don't have to accept life as it is, that life can really be different from you if you would just take the time to change the way you think, because that's the purpose of the purpose of the Bible, is to remind you of your power. It wasn't trying to show you how great somebody that was born 2,000 years ago was. It's showing you how great you are. So I would like to say that I'm tapped in. You can't deny the feeling of truth. Thank you. She's definitely giving us light out of darkness. I came here humble and leaving with thank you, thank you, thank you. Humility isn't necessary, though. That's what I do know. Humility is not in the way the world talks about humility, right? The only humility we have to express is that we don't know the how. That's the only humility we are supposed to be, actualizing or identifying with. We don't know how a thing is going to come into fruition. You can say, I don't know. I just know that it's already done. How it actually happens, I got to be honest, I don't know. I'm hoping that it happens this way. I'm wishing it happens that way. But at the end of the day, my higher self, the God within me, knows the best way. And I'm not going to box it in saying it must happen the way I see it, because I'm limited. My logical self, my reasoning mind is limited. It only has a third dimensional view. The I am has an infinite, has a 360, can see all perspectives, and will choose the least path of resistance. Oh, you told I know that's right. I know that's right. He said, a girl told me she's not into manifesting because she's a Christian. I told her, that's funny because the Bible is a book of manifesting. That's it. See, we on the same, see, synchronicity right there. Because that's what I have on the screen. The Bible is the manifestation book. Because here's the thing with the Christian mind, they're like, God can tell them no. And I'm like, that's only because the God is not telling you no, you're telling yourself no. It's your lack of belief that causes a thing not to come forth, not God. All the promises of God are yes and amen. It's the Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. So where y'all get a no from that? He says, if we know that the Father hears us, right? This is Christ always said, Christ says, thank you, Father, because I know that you hear me. Right? He said that several times in the gospel. Thank you, Father. You're supposed to be saying the same thing. Thank you, Father, because I know that you hear me. And since I know that you hear me, you will give me the thing that I'm asking for. Your consciousness never says no. Ever. The thing is, you're not conscious of what you're asking for. That's the issue. You're not conscious of what you're asking for. And then when you get the thing that you didn't want or you get the unwanted, you're like, I didn't ask for that. Really? Are you sure? Maybe you need to do an uncritical assessment of your thoughts. Because I bet your bottom dollar that you did ask for it because you were talking about it. You speak negativity, you complain, you doubt, you fear. And like we said, you don't get to say how it shows up. Just like you don't get to say how the good shows up, you don't get to say how the so-called bad thing, the thing that you're calling bad, shows up, or the negative. You don't get to say how that shows itself to you. That's why you're reminded by Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy, Reverend Ike, Prosperous Living with Toya. That's why we remind you to pay attention to what you're thinking about, because what you think about, you bring about. And instead of taking the time to sit with yourself, to go throughout the course of the day to really pay attention to how you think, because you tell on yourself, you'll still like, oh yeah, I'm really negative. Oh yeah, I think the worst. I don't really trust that the things are always going to work out for me, or I accept the 3D. I accept what and the 3D is old news. The 3D is telling you something that you were thinking yesterday, 2 weeks ago. You know, like a month ago, you decided that you were going to change the way you think. And then here come these weeds sprouting up from seeds you planted 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, or weeds you planted 2 months ago. And now you're showing what you're supposed to do. Reject it, not spiral, not analyze, not scrutinize, not, just reject it. You judged it as something you don't like. That was enough. Now change it. Reject the weed. Why are you gathering the weeds and bringing them into the house? And you don't want weeds. And every time you react to the weed, to the 3D, you solidify it. You give it life. So now it has to stay present in your reality, and it's not going to dissipate until you take your attention from it. The Bible is a manifestation book. This is why, we quote Philippians, I believe it's 4:13. Whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are pure, noble, just, virtuous, if there being things of praise and good report, this is how you should be thinking. But no, the soon as you see the thing that you don't want, you get to talking about the unlovely, the ignoble, right? The impurity. You start having impure thoughts. You start reacting to what you're seeing like you didn't create it. Like you forget that you're the creator and you get lost in the creation, when all you had to do was go back down to the potter's house, says Jeremiah. Go back to that, go back to the imagination and reshape it, remold it. Be the redeemer of the life you created. Let the redeemed of the Lord say so. What are you saying as the redeemed of the Lord? You accepting shit you don't want? Why? It's unnecessary. You don't have to accept it. Yep. Say folks can't see themselves in greatness before they give the devil too much power. Yep. Yep. And then when they do the good, they're giving the praise to something outside of them. That's it. That's it. Yes, Christ consciousness. Yep, don't accept it anymore. Welcome, 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 everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Double tap the screen. We're almost there. Need about 4 more thousand likes. And then we can open up the panel. You can come and join, and we can talk about, how this book is a manifestation book, and it's not a book on a God apart, but it's about the God within. That God is just another word for the mind, for consciousness, for awareness, for the imagination. That's it. How the mind is a quantum field, right? That's what quantum mechanics tells you, right? That the field is electromagnetic, which is who you are. The field is you. You are the field, right? Remember, it's not separate from you. It's not, I know a lot of people say, well, the universe is going to give. No, you're giving it to you. The universe is just infinite response to you, right? You're electric and you're magnetic. And so you see that play out in your reality, in your world. But remember, the world is in here and it's projected out there. Remember, the 3D is the screen. It has no power in and of itself. It's only projecting what you're, right? Remember, it's like in a movie theater. Your mind would be the projector, right? And the film is your thoughts. And so what you see is what? Your thoughts. So your eyes, you don't see with the eyes, you see with your beliefs. You see through your eyes, right? They say the eyes are the window to the soul, right? What's your soul? The sum total of your beliefs. So what you're seeing with your eyes, you're seeing your soul play out on the screen of space. That's what's happening. And too many people want to beat up on the screen. When you go to the movie theater, you know that you can't change anything on that silver screen. You first have to what? Change the film in the projector. So which means you have to change your thoughts in order to see something differently on the screen. And because a belief is just what? A thought you continually or continue to think. Continuously think. Continually think. That's what a belief is. You keep thinking the thought over and over again until it becomes what? Something you accept. Does it require that you have to say something 10,000 times to accept it? No. There are some thoughts that you hear or have that you instantly accept. Instantly. And then some things you have to be convinced of. And that's why when people ask, well, how long does it take? I have no idea how long it's going to take you to be convinced of a thing. Nobody can tell you that. I can't tell you that the first time you hear it instantly, or it's going to be the 20th time that you hear it. Now it finally makes. Now I get it. Wow. Now some things just, yeah, you got it the first time you heard it. You was like, yep, I agree. Yep, that's it. Now other things you have to like hear it over and over. It become repetitious, right? Like for some of us, when we learned to ride a bike, the first time I got on the bike, took off. Some people, they fall a couple of times, right? They ride the bike and they keep falling. They need training wheels. Some people need training wheels on their bike. That's what people, so we're going to equate that to techniques, right? So some of us need techniques. We need training wheels. We need a crutch, which is okay. Some of us don't need the training wheels. We got up on that two-rider, that two-wheeler, and we was off and running. And it took to us like, fish in water. Like, we just got it. And that's how it is for some of our desires. Some desires, we hop on that bike and we just gone. Then other desires, we need training wheels. We need a technique. We got to show it. We got to do it a couple of times. We got to figure out how to get this thing to like really be a part of our reality, make it feel really natural to us, right? We know that. We know that's how it happens. Right? You can attest to that. It's some things that you manifested, you thought about it, and bam, 2 minutes later, it was there. Then other things you like, damn, I've been thinking about this for 6 months, a year, and it still hasn't come. What is going on? Now, this thing was so easy for me to get, and this thing seemed to be a challenge. What block do I have? And so now you think you got to go on a healing journey. You think you got to do shadow work. You know. But it's only because in your reasoning mind, you've made it separate from you. That's the only thing that happened. It's not that that is something wrong with you. It's not that you need to be fixed. It's not that you need a healing journey. It's not that you need to do shadow work. It's just that this particular thing you're making separate from you, when the other thing, you embodied it. Yeah, women do talk too much. You damn Skippy. That's why you here listening, because we talk too much. Oh, men just be all in, I'm not even gonna say that, because not all men, just some of these men coming through here on this platform. Because they need somebody to submit to them. They need somebody to rule, and they ain't found their wife yet. So they mad. They mad that a woman they ain't checking for them. So they got to come on TikTok and be mad at the world that they don't have somebody to use their authority. Because some men looking to rule you. They like, the Bible said that women are to submit to the man. You better shut up. The Bible says you better be quiet. That's why women not told not to teach. They be mad. You be like, why you so mad? It's okay, boo. It's okay. You don't gotta be, like we not in the 1950s no more, baby. We're not part of the church. We don't adhere to that doctrine. You need to go find a church where women there are plenty dutiful women that would love to be submitted to you, be up under you. But this ain't that. You're in the wrong place. You need to go find you a church home. Even then, you might be hard pressed, but you're gonna find some women that truly are about serving their men. Let me make sure I make his plate. Make sure, yes. They think of when I watch these TV shows that are based in like the early the late 1700s, early 1800s, or mid, and when how they reference their husbands, Lord. Yes, my Lord. Yes, my Lord. That's what they want. They want women to still have that mindset from the 1850s, the 1700s. Yes, my Lord. Yes, no, we're not calling men my Lord anymore. Get over it. Get over it. It's not happening. Good morning, Latoxic. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I am great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing
Everyone else that came up, please mute up. I'm talking to C. Grice. What's going on? Is that you with all the background noise?
No, ma'am.
Okay. It is. Your mic is the only one on. What's going on? Other than
Wait, what is it y'all are hearing on my end?
I just hear a lot of ruffling, a lot of movement. Sound like you're moving around or something. Are you moving around?
Oh no, I heard that too. That wasn't me.
That wasn't you? Oh, okay. I don't hear it anymore now. So okay, we good. We're good. So what's happening? How are you?
I'm doing. I can't complain. Things happen for reasons and to make us stronger and whatnot. That struggle and whatnot. Does it build strength for real?
Really? See, we let go of that struggle mentality. We know we don't got to struggle to build strength. The strength is already there.
Well, yeah, there's a little bit of strength, but I mean, like strength to get stronger. I mean, it's like going to the gym. When you start off skinny and whatnot, you already maintain strength. You're just building up the strength each day, and that causes a lot of struggle, stress on your body. I mean, it's the same thing we go through in life. Makes us stronger to be able to endure the next struggle, so it will no longer be a struggle. You'll be immune to it.
So it won't always be the next struggle then, because you just said you become immune to struggle.
You become immune to struggle.
So then
but new introductions of a new struggle, just in a different way, a different principality. It's new to the mind, so your mind is still getting used to the scenario and how.
Well, why does it have to be called a struggle just because it's new? Why does new instantly equal struggle?
Because when you're walking straight, or if you're walking, if anything, with some weight on you, your legs are going to stagger. Your legs are going to struggle. Even if you're carrying even if you're carrying weight on your arms, sometimes your arms are going to get tired. Sometimes your arms are going to get weary.
But that's the question. Why is the new thing a weight? Why wouldn't the new thing be light as a feather? Why does it have to be something that's burdensome?
Well, we can say it's light as a feather, but it's just a mind concept. You can explain it as a light as a feather. But it's still going to be some pain in it.
Why? Say it's who? Who? Why is there going to be pain in it? Say it's who?
Well, that's why I said earlier, because like it's a double-edged sword, depending on how your mind perceives it. Not everybody's mind works the same, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but to everyone's understanding and different individualities,
right? How
they understand or perceive something. You know what I mean? That's their understanding on it. To me, it could be, light as a feather. I mean, sometimes you get tired in understanding new things that are introduced, and these new things could be old things. Yeah, they could be things of the past, but it's a different time period. Yesterday was of the past. It's a different time period, and that's in the now. I mean, whatever struggle happening at that moment is known as a struggle. So
you look at life as just a continuous struggle?
Well, it's not always like that. Sometimes it's good events, right? Sometimes it's joyful, and sometimes it's struggles. I mean, you get through a struggle. Sometimes you have a joy of getting through that struggle. So, I mean, it's an achievement.
Okay.
But then the next one comes around, and it's a new game, it's a new ball game. But every struggle that is achieved, like a trophy, I mean, you get stronger.
That's what I'm letting go of. I talk about that. Everybody wants the gold medal for the struggle Olympics. I'm getting off that struggle bus. No more struggle bus. No struggle bus for me. No, you just said it's a trophy that you get because you struggled through life, because you finally succeeded at attaining whatever you wanted, and you looked at it as something that was a struggle.
Well, I mean,
you just said it, right? Did you not just say that you receive a trophy for struggling through it and finally obtaining your desire? And in your mind, that's a struggle.
Well, and truthfully, that's why I said I can't speak for everybody. In my perception, I mean, you asked me how my day was going, so I explained it how I perceived it.
Okay.
It's not for others to perceive the same way. And then if someone is thinking on the same level, then I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it. That's how they will perceive it as well. But it's not to get them in a trap or anything. It's not to trap anybody. It's not to mourn about certain situations. It's more or less like, hey, I done been through the same situation. I done came out stronger. I mean, what can I say? It's life. Life happens, and however you perceive it, regardless if it's a positive or a negative, for every action there is an opposite and equal reaction. You know what I mean? It's individuality. It's the way of things, the way that things happen for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's more or less like a seed in the ground. If it didn't have that much stress over every season and whatnot, then it wouldn't grow because it's not being compressed under pressure. It'll just remain a seed. But if all that pressure is going through, all that heat, then it's mutating and it's growing into something bigger than itself. It's
Mm-hmm.
growing into something more than what it was. Metamorphosis and photosynthesis are actually the same thing. It's a drastic change over time,
Right.
gradually changing. I mean, you can't have that without stress. If everything was easy and whatnot, so many people would get so immune to everything being so easy, where when they realize some things are harder than the next, some people, not speaking for everybody, but some people don't know how to obtain or make it through that. And that's the realization that needs to be spoken on, because most people need to know that, yeah, there are people that go through it. You know, you're not subjugated, you're not treated any different. There's people that go through it, but then there's not people that speak more of this scenario. They speak of the good, but they don't speak of the bad. And
But
there's
here's
people
the
that go
thing.
through
I'm
the
going to
stuff.
interrupt. Here's the thing. What you're espousing is not what we don't hear in life in general. Everybody says that this is a hard knock life. Everybody says that life is a struggle and that you don't appreciate life unless you struggle through it. You're not telling us something that we haven't heard since we came onto this third dimensional plane. We've been hearing this all our life, that life is a struggle, especially people that look like us. We're told that if we want things in life, we must struggle to get it. And if we don't struggle to get it, we're not going to appreciate it. We're just not going to really understand. We're not going to. There are people that have a great, easy way of being and are thriving in our loving life, has given up that whole mindset that just because there's a metamorphosis, just because there's osmosis, just because there's growth is happening, doesn't mean it has to be a struggle, hard and stressful. So we're saying that it's stress and it's difficult for a plant or a seed to come up through the dirt and blossom into whatever it was meant to be. That's our perspective, like you said. Maybe the plant don't see it as a struggle. Maybe it sees it just as what's supposed to happen. That's just a process of nature. The seed germinates, becomes a part of the ground, and then shoots up out of it. And it's just a natural occurrence of what's supposed to take place with that seed. But for whatever reason, we want to attach stress, struggle, strain to that process because we think we're supposed to earn the blessing. The seed was always the rose. So what is not earning its right to be a rose. It was always the rose. The caterpillar was always the butterfly. It wasn't struggling against itself to become the butterfly. That's what it is. It was always that.
Now, remember what I said earlier? I did actually explain that. I was like, these things just happen naturally, the way that they're supposed to. See, I speak so we can have a common ground, but I'll speak on the negative as well as I'll speak on the positive. And I also said there is joyful moments too during a struggle. It's how a person perceives it.
Yeah, but most of the conversation is about the struggle. That's what I was hearing. You have not given us an example of a joyful experience with no struggle. Every example you gave, you equated it to struggle. Everything you gave, you made sure you put stress, struggle, and strain in that example. So if you're going to give me both, can I have an example of joy that didn't require struggle? Because you're saying the joy comes after the struggle. The joy doesn't come until the thing you want happens. Then you're joyful. You're not there. I don't hear joy throughout the process. I hear strain, struggle, and then I receive the trophy after. The joy comes after the
Well,
experience of the struggle.
you can indulge during joyful moments. I can just use this as an example. If I'm in the gym, I know what I'm striving towards and like their struggle, but I'm enjoying the moment of actually lifting. Like I get a hype. I get a hype from it. So while I'm there, I will focus, lose track of time, focus, and in that moment, I'm joyful.
Okay, yeah, that's what we want to hear. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Mental Hustle. Hello, how are you? You can unmute. Good morning. Are you there?
Toya, can I give my normal thing?
Mm-hmm.
We're coming up hot and heavy this morning on this Good Friday. Long story short, this is a live about deconstructing religion in general, but this specifically, I mean, we do focus on Christianity. So, long story short, if you're here to argue and do like the heavy, you're not actually listening to what's actually being said, you don't really agree at all with any of these points, this live is not really going to be for you in terms of coming up and debating on the panel. And please don't debate in the chat either. I will mute you because it clogs up the chat. Nobody trying to read all that. We all know the Bible. So keep it chill, keep it cute. What am I missing? Yeah, just keep it conversational versus debating. And then we'll all have a happy Friday and everything's good.
Thank you. I don't know, maybe Mental Hustle didn't mean to come up because he's not responding. Okay, so I'll go to Prince. Prince, you can unmute. Are you there? Was it Prince of Yasharol? I don't know if that's how you say it. Are you there? You can unmute. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Going once, going twice. Then I'll go to the next guest.
This is a lot easier than I thought.
I know, right? And so we have Crookzilla.
Hi, yes. You actually one of the few people who could say it right the first time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I didn't think it was that difficult, but
right. That's okay. Dude, I butcher names now. I just got that one right, but I be butchering names. So
I get it. Sometimes the names are difficult, but I thought if I put it's a 0 and a O, but I thought it's 2 O sounds supposed to sound like a ooh. So crook.
Right.
You'll be surprised sometimes with people's, pronunciation and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I understand what you're trying to get with what you're trying to say. You're trying to be more on the positive side of viewing life and perceiving life, which is great. I mean, we should always strive for positivity. But I do agree with Seagreaves because I do believe that without struggle, without hard work, some of us will not appreciate the what we achieve. I mean, what you can achieve, because when everything comes easy to you, there's no motivation to even strive for anything.
Why try to convince someone that they can appreciate gifts? Why does things always have to come with a price tag and an earning? Why? That's a conditioning. That's a conditioning. We are entitled. What's wrong with being entitled?
Entitled when you earn it.
No.
Not when you're just entitled just to be given to you.
No. We're not buying that over here. That we're not buying what you're selling. Nope. Not doing it. That's all we've been told all our life. is that we
It's
have to
not told.
struggle,
It's
that we have to struggle through life and we have to earn a
I'm
blessing.
not even talking about what we were told or how we were raised and all this other stuff.
Yes, you are,
It's
because I
about
don't live
how
my
we
life
feel
according to that
ourselves.
mindset. I don't live my life according to that mindset anymore. I used to
It,
think that way. I used to think that way, especially when I used to be a Christian. I definitely thought that way. No more.
mhm.
I don't think that way anymore. That's the
Well,
that's
no, we could be in denial, of course. We could be delusional as well. We could, of course,
why is
we
it
could
delusional?
we
Because you
could
don't
be
agree with it.
positive.
Okay,
Well,
here
no,
we
I
go. Here we
understand.
go. Wait a minute.
It's all
Hold on.
about positive
Hold on.
motivation. I get it.
Hold on. Hold on. If you don't agree with it, then you can drop. Because I'm not here to convince you of anything, but what I, you know,
Okay.
I'm not here.
I'm
If
really
that,
influenced.
if
That
that's,
way of
if that's what
thinking
you
is
subscribe
delusional, but
to,
okay.
if that's what you describe to, I don't know why the easy life is delusional. Like, what are we doing?
That whole thing, that mindset will never fly right with me. I'm sorry.
And trying to convince it, like, no, like, I mean, if that you can have that for you, but don't try to say that everybody has to live their life according to their way. See that's that you hear that in political lanes too, right? Entitlements.
Yep.
Remember when you had the Republican, they probably still doing it. I haven't listened to it, but I'm sure they haven't changed how they want to take away Social Security because they call it an entitlement. I paid into it. Why do you? Of course, I'm entitled to something I paid into. Like, what we doing?
Exactly. Like, be serious.
But they try to play them mental mind games. They go to those mental Jedi mind tricks. Entitlements, as if I'm not entitled to something I paid into. Like, what we doing?
I love that. Honestly, this conversation is like a refresher for sanity. If we're here, we deserve everything.
Yes.
Everything. We deserve free healthcare. We deserve every entitlement that is given to us. If that's where you're going, like the God-given right of just existing.
Yeah. Not necessarily where I was going. I was just using an example because I don't really try to talk politics and what the government is doing, none of my business. And how are you doing, Kath? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, doing great.
Great.
Yeah,
great.
thank you for hosting the live. I love it. It's been great conversation, great people coming up here and speaking their mind. And that's what I like to hear, yeah, it's been great.
Oh, thank you. Did you have anything specifically you wanted to share?
In this sense, I wish I could tell the entire world, and I guess I am right now, that the Bible is a metaphor. Please stop thinking it's the word of God or some, it's a political document. It's not that. It's so much, and it's so much more than that. It's so beautiful, and we kind of all whitewash it and just throw it away if you're one way or the other. And it's a shame because it's like it's the greatest story ever told, like it's sold through the Christian bookstores, like it is.
Yeah, I agree. It's a psychological drama. It's telling you about how the mind thinks. That's all it's doing. You're right. It's a metaphor for the mind.
Yeah, and it's great. It's Lord of the Rings. It's where Lord of the Rings came from.
Now, I've never watched their movie, so I'm not familiar with it. I've never watched it.
Oh, you got to. You got to. You'll love it.
Narnia, those two guys are both, one of them, let's see, Tolkien didn't become a Christian until later in life, but I can't remember now. Why is the name escaping me? The guy who wrote Chronicles of Narnia.
C.S. Lewis.
C.S. Lewis is a heavy Christian, so all of them.
Oh my God, Narnia, and he even wrote science fiction. The guy was a genius. Like both of them were. They were friends, and they like riffed off each other. And yeah. So I can't recommend. I'm a nerd for those stories, but it's amazing.
Oh, okay.
But the Bible is the ultimate psychodrama. Like it is like amazing if you can appreciate it that way and just remove yourself from being like religiously involved with it. Like it is the greatest story ever. It's a story,
It's a
but
story.
it tells itself that it also tells itself as that. And you don't have to buy that it's the word of God. It doesn't even try to sell itself that way. That's what blows my mind about most religious people is like, it's not even trying to sell itself that way.
You know, unfortunately, those that, people say in power, people like authority and like leadership. And so people don't trust themselves. So they look to others to tell them what their life should be like. And so they'll definitely give you an answer. It isn't one that most
Yeah,
people
it's a
like really
shame.
like. Yeah, right. They're giving you an answer. Most people don't, because they can't figure out what that book is saying. And we see the different things that the mind creates, be it good, evil, or indifferent, the atrocities, the horrors, and the mind is trying to make logic out of that. And so, because we believe that this world is built on morality when it isn't, that everyone is the quote unquote God of their own experience. It's what you think about, you bring about.
God of their own experience. Exactly right. And so that's what a story is meant to do, is meant to like show you how you are your own God of
Yeah.
your own experience.
Yeah.
And it's completely misunderstood. Like to me, it's the weirdest thing ever because I come from a religious family and like, they don't see it. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like
none so blind that they cannot see. That's and I used to be a Christian, so I get it, because you're looking for answers and you go, some people are birthed into it, right? But I wasn't born into Christianity. I didn't join Christianity till like my late 20s is when I became a Christian.
Okay.
But it was because, it's not like the Christian doctrine isn't still throughout this land. So even though I wasn't, raised in Christianity, you still hear about God and Christian and, the 10 Commandments. You're just still kind of familiar with that. I did take Jehovah Witnesses studies when I was like the ages of 10 or 11 or something like that. But I ran a church because I was in search of, answers. And I thought they had it. And I stayed for about 7 or 8 years, married a preacher, had a couple of children. And then I was like,
wow.
And then I started, questioning.
Oh, you were down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a Sunday school teacher and everything. Yeah, they were trying to make me a missionary evangelist. They were like, you're gonna, they try to keep you in the church by giving you a job, right? They say God is calling you to, they're not going to tell women to preach, not in the brand of Christianity I was a part of, the organization I was part of. So they'll say that you were going to be a missionary or an evangelist.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's their way of telling you that you're a preacher as a woman. Go preach to the other women. Go preach to the other women.
Go to the outer limits and see if you still want to hang on. And if not, you're just exiled. Yeah. But you then you have kind of like some revelation. You have some enlightenment.
Yep. So when did you start on your enlightenment journey? Did you always question Christianity while growing up?
Well, okay, so I was born into it. Like my dad's a pastor, and I was born thinking I was going to hell until I accepted Christ. And I did that several times as a kid. And I even went to Christian college because I had no concept otherwise. I was a very like sheltered kid. And then when I went out of it, I was so like, fuck, pardon my language, but like screw all this, and I'll go as dark as I can. And like I had my like late goth phase, like in my 20s,
Okay.
Like, I can't stand this, and nobody can even speak reason to me. And so I've been a spiritual. I'm 38 now, and I've been a spiritual seeker. And where I've really been now is in Eastern philosophy.
Okay.
Not that it's the end all be all, but to me it like provides some solace, like some understanding that God would participate in creation instead of be apart from it.
Right.
And that's the only God I can get behind.
Yeah.
Like that's that's it.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get why, our mind, our logical mind, that reasoning part of us wants to identify with religion, because we do want to see bad people suffer. Like, why do they get to just do whatever they want without consequence, right? We want there to be this ultimate judgment. Not understanding that the judgment is happening now, that every man is reaping what they sow, depending on their own consciousness, right? And we think we only know in part, we only see in part, we only know what we're hearing other people are experiencing. We don't know the lives that these people are actually living. We don't know if they got peace and joy and love and content, right? We only know that some of these people may have money, and we think money is the end all be all.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's what we do individually with our life, and how we allow that love to flow from within out.
Yeah, it seems like money would solve all our problems, but I doubt that. You know?
I mean, the Bible does say it answers all things. It solves a lot of problems, but it don't bring peace, happiness, and joy. You can't pay for that. I mean, it may make life a little bit more bearable, but I've been hearing people say that, yeah, they like, I had a lady on here, a young lady on here yesterday, saying that she has, like, high priced clients. She does coaching, and she was like, they have the money, but some of them are suffering from grief and despondency, and so they come to her to help her give them to help guide them to the peace from within. So they can go wherever they want to go, they can shop, they can buy whatever they want to buy, but what they realize, they can't buy peace. They don't know how to stop the grieving, whatever they're grieving.
Oh, that's so sad, that's like but it's true. It's like a true reality of existence. And that takes so much work to deal with that, and to forgive people. And most people don't even go through that. Like, it's so hard, it's so difficult. But
I know it doesn't
good
have to
news.
be. When you start loving on yourself, it's really not as hard to love yourself as you think. You just have to choose you. That's where the love begins. The peace and the love begins within. It doesn't begin in another person. My love, my peace, my joy, my forgiveness does not begin in you. It begins in me. And so I can't think that I'm going to find peace just because I forgave you. No, the peace is going to come because I forgave me, because I choose to love me, because I have compassion for me. That's where it starts. We got to go within. Too many people try to start on the outside. You'll never get the answer from there. The answer comes from you.
Well said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so I'm going to
So maybe it's not so difficult. I don't know.
I don't think it's as difficult, but it's a perspective, right? If you say it's difficult, it will be difficult for you because that's what you think. It's like the other person was saying earlier, that I was challenging on about the struggle and the strain, and I challenged that we've been told it must be a struggle. Like, the lady was like, she was almost like, how dare you be entitled?
Yeah.
You don't have a
like,
right
have
to this thing unless you work for it.
Yeah.
Like, are
Oh,
you
what a shame.
serious? Are you serious?
Yeah, what a shame.
Right? What a shame.
Uh,
That's why I was like, no, we're not spewing that over here. You can go talk about that on somebody else's live. We're deconstructing from
No.
that mentality. Like, we're deconstructing from that.
Deconstructing. And I love that. I honestly, honest to God, it's like enlightenment is like unlearning this process we've been born into.
Yeah.
Like that you have to deserve something, or you have to earn.
Yeah. Prove
Your
worthiness,
existence.
right?
Are you
Prove
kidding me?
worthiness, right?
That's
Yeah, and people are so dogmatic about it. It's like, wow.
what. Well, yeah, you're like foot soldiers for the Klan at a point, you know, like why you don't have to. By the
No.
way, did anyone ever tell you? I don't think anyone ever told them. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. And it's liberating to tell people that,
Yeah,
and
that's-
hopefully the ears to hear will hear it, you know?
Yeah, well, you can see where it's really ingrained, right? And it's like, okay, well, I'm not here to fight with your limitations. You get to keep them. Just don't try to put your limitations off on me. No, we're not doing that. Oh, but thank you so much, Kath.
No.
I'm gonna go to the next guest. Who is it? LaSalle, are you there?
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
How you beautiful people doing today?
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. So just listening in.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to get in here again. But so just want to speak upon what was already spoke upon and add a little bit more to it. So I'm a very delusional person. I think you should be a delusional, but in a way to where it benefits you. Like you said, I'm entitled to everything. Everything. If I was born here, if I was given this life, I was coming here to do this experience, everything is mine. I shouldn't have to pay for nothing. That's how delusional you have to be. And for her to say, you got to work for it. We did that for far too long. And now I'm waking up from that delusion because that ain't what I'm supposed to do. If I was created in a way to where everything is mine, that's how I'm think. That's how I'm gonna feel. That's how I'm gonna be. That's how I'm gonna direct my life. And some people are just, how can I say, they so structured mind and they're so susceptible to whatever somebody tell them is the truth. They never define life for themselves. They never research nothing. Like even when here you got the Bible is psychological. Go look at what psychological means before you answer. Because if you don't understand that word, you're gonna be like, what do you mean? As they always do. Because somebody told you that the Bible is it. It's the infallible word of God. It's the only thing that matters. And if you do anything else, I'm a fearmonger to you and to believe you're about to go to a place that burn in hell. Like seriously, stop playing with me. I don't have time to be captured by the bull crap, right? And when you get to a ripe age, and I say ripe age because I don't like to say old or whatever the case may be, a nice ripe age, you know.
Okay.
And you get to that ripe age, it's like you start to question everything. And I think you should question everything because even in the Bible, they question God. They said, don't question God. Oh, God, why have you forsaken me? That's a question. Why are you forsaking me? Why have you done me this way? It's a question. There's nothing wrong with questioning nothing. I question everything. It's just like if you question another person without a problem, but now it's like you can't question what created you? Seriously?
Right.
What's going on with me? Why am I feeling this way? I think people they don't know how to get in tune or tap in because how can I say? Somebody that came in there and redid their plumbing. They didn't came up and took everything down and made it to where they don't know how to repair it. They don't understand it. I'm about to handicap you because I want you to believe this for me. I need you to come here and sit in these pews with me and let me profess something to you and let you know that I'm the powerful one and you don't have the power to do what I'm doing. I don't, man, listen, that's one thing that irks my nerves, but I know I just got to accept it because that's where people are at. And that's where there's some people are going to stay. They're never going to get to a point of understanding this life that you are what that man is telling you that's out in the sky somewhere. That's you know, when they say the streets are paved with gold and this, that, and the third to entice you to believe that.
Yeah.
Who know? Who told you and who told them that the streets was paved with gold? Where did they get this from? Where did they get all these from? Who died and went up there? Because anybody that I know, because this is the last time I was on here, I wanted to say this. They give you these pictures to bring you in, and you fall gullible to them, right? It's just like an abusive boyfriend. You're gonna be gullible to whatever they say, and that's how I look at Christianity sometimes. Religion, right? It's abusive,
Yep.
abusive to the mind.
I was just saying this last night. Yep.
They paint these pictures to you, and you fall for them, and you just be like, man, I can't wait to get there. So now you're waiting for the day that you cross over, and then you're gonna go to heaven.
Yep.
No, that ain't how it works, brother. That ain't how it works, sister. Understand something. It's something called Christ consciousness. You got to get to a conscious level of understanding what that look like. And some people just don't gravitate to that because they've been trained since birth. And when I say since birth, they've been molded since birth to do this particular way. I remember I was married to my first wife. Her cousin was dead set on becoming a preacher. And lo and behold, he won.
Okay.
I had I was talking to my daughter the other day. She gave me a story that kind of blew my mind, right? She was like, I remember we was at church and they called Aaron, this is my second oldest, to catch for we can witness the Holy Ghost. And they said that she was up there whispering in her ear, telling her, this is how you catch the Holy Ghost. I said, what? I just started laughing. So now we're performing. Don't you know you're not supposed to perform? Why are we performing? If this is not something that's authentic, that's natural, why are we telling people how to do it? So we can put on a show.
Yeah.
So we can get these other people to fall in line to what we want them to see. Now you can say, well, we came out here and we showed this girl catching the Holy Ghost, but you told her how to do it. That's supposed to be something that's natural.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
they would take
what
there's certain churches would take you into the back, the back offices and say, just repeat after me. Okay, bam, you got it.
But I told her, I said, this is how powerful the mind is. Whatever you put in it, it's going to believe, and it's just like repetition. If I do it over and over again, my body, when I hear that particular song that's in church, my body is going to do that because that's how I made it. That's what I did. When this song come on, I'm going to jump and I'm going to do all of it because I trained myself to do this.
Yeah.
So this is why I don't understand. I can't understand why they don't see the other side of the coin. They only see it's a one-sided coin for them. Ain't nothing on the other side.
Well, you know why?
always-
They're sleepwalkers. They're sleepwalkers, right? God has sent a strong delusion that what? They will believe the lie. We were all part of the stronger delusion that was sent. The delusion was what? The belief in two powers.
Yes, for sure.
We all ate
For
off
sure.
that tree.
We definitely did. We definitely did. Like somebody called me. They called me narcissistic the other day. It was about a week ago, and it bothered me. And the reason why it bothered me is because I tell people this. I said only narcissistic people call other people narcissistic and don't even understand what they saying themselves, right? Because I feel like everybody is a mirror for everybody else, right? So a narcissistic person won't allow you to speak, won't allow you to get anything off. They want control of the narrative that's being spoken, right? They will create a problem. As soon as you say something against you don't agree with them, they call you narcissistic. How am I narcissistic? Because my opinion is different than yours, and I see this life different than yours. That's not narcissistic. That's called I have a mind of my own. That means I don't want you to dictate nothing I do. You have childhood trauma that I guess you dealt with where you couldn't control it. You couldn't have a say in nothing. But now since you're older, you want to say in everything and you want to control everything. So as soon as somebody disagree with you, don't let you have your way, they're narcissistic. I said, come on now. It's crazy how people mind
that term
works. It's just like That's all right.
that term has become very I don't know, everybody's narcissistic. You tell, and whenever somebody goes against a belief system, they're narcissistic. That's the label now. The moment you distribute confidence, having your own mind, thinking for yourself, because you don't go along with the program, now you're narcissistic. You're full of pride.
And they don't even, yes, they don't understand what it means. They really don't understand it. It's like you can't call somebody something that you don't understand and that you are. And that's the crazy thing. A person who, I feel like this, you kind of, at this point, you should know your behaviors. You should. I say you should. Not saying everybody do. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because you know how you can read on a person. You can be like, I don't think this person really understands it. But I'm the type of person, I'm not going to call you out on what you are. You already know what you are. You just don't want to fess up to it or own up to it, because that's a lot of work that you have to do, right? It's a lot of work you have to do to correct that. And
Yeah.
most people don't want to do that work.
Yeah.
So
And what
this
I
is why they
realized,
stay-
what somebody else think about me is none of my business.
Because what they say, what they eat don't make me what?
I go. I never heard that saying.
You never said?
Uh-uh.
It's like, what they eat don't make me shit. So it's just simple as that.
Oh yeah. Okay. I never heard that. No.
And that's part of the problem there too. When you say we worry too much about the next person. I can't do that because that stops my progress. That stops me from getting what I know I deserve within this life. To worry about the next man or the next woman or somebody else. I'm not in competition with anybody. I love to see people flourish, and that's what I want to see. Definitely for, you know, it's just one of those things that you just love to see. You want to see people doing good. You want to see people rising. You want to see people not downplaying somebody else because they see life different.
Yeah.
Like I said before, I love perspectives. I want to hear everybody's perspective. And if I can resonate with that, if I can see like, that sounds beautiful. That's something I never heard. I'm going to connect with that. I'm going to connect with what they just said because it touched my heart. It touched where I am, lives at in me.
Yeah.
It touched me. It gave me an idea, a light bulb came up. So that's what when I talk to people, when I hear things, that's what conversations do for me. It brings other scenarios to play. So I like conversations like this because, you know, light bulbs be coming on. You be like, ooh, I never thought about it like that. I never seen that. That's totally different. It brings stuff to your life that you never thought you needed until you hear it.
Yeah.
So this is a whole reason why I would never, and like I said before, I don't think I was ever claiming Christianity. I was just, you know, taking up somebody else's seat that probably wanted to be there. It was never for me because I never trusted it. And it revealed itself over and over again why I shouldn't. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And just the whole religious thing, it was just scenarios that happened. It was just like, this can't be right. Pastor sleeping with, he was sleeping with somebody's wife, and I'm like, what the hell is this? This ain't what this supposed to look like. It was just a lot of mess. And I just like to be in a space where I can actually grow. I can actually receive something that's going to be beneficial for life.
Right.
And it wasn't there. Like I told somebody else, I've never gotten anything that I've gotten everything I needed outside of that building, not in it.
Yeah, I mean, for some people it works for, and so I'm not here to take your beliefs from you. When you're ready,
Right.
when, like you say, when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Yeah. That's just like I said with Eckhart Tolle, the minute you stop seeking, you'll be able to find what you're looking for. Because if you could, you are never going to find it if you're constantly seeking for something that you already have. So it's kind of like you doing yourself a disservice by constantly seeking for something that you already have within you. And that'd be the crazy thing. And yeah. So it's just, like I said, it's good to find a tribe of people that see life different. That's all I want. I don't like to fall in categories of people that like control. I don't like to be controlled, and I don't want to control. So I just live life in that way to where it's like you have free will. Do what you will. Do what you want.
Yep.
Do what you prefer to see, feel, or you know what I'm saying, what you want somebody else to feel. If you want to feel love, give somebody else it. That's the only way to get it. Because if you're talking about how can I say it? Because anytime I have a conversation with a religious person, it's always a battle. I didn't come to fight. I just came to talk. I came in peace, just to have conversation. Why can't we just vibe out in that way and just have a conversation without being judgy or making a person feel a way about themselves? Nah, I don't like all of that. That's too much energy. You know what I'm saying? I don't like wasting my energy on stuff that don't need to be wasted on. Like for real.
Yeah, you can't convince them against themselves anyway. So, you know,
No, you really can't. You really can't.
they're not going to convince you to come back to Christ. You can't convince them to leave Christ. Everybody's on
I
their
want
own
to.
path. Everybody's on their own journey, right? You have me
Yeah.
on.
Stay where you.
Do you have me on speaker? Because there's a lot of feedback when I talk.
No, I ain't got you on speaker. Mm-mm.
Oh, because I can hear myself when I talk.
Oh no, I ain't got you on speaker.
Oh, okay.
Mm-mm. But yeah, but that's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents for today.
Well, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
No problem.
Okay, we have Wonderland. Hello, Wonderland. Are you there?
I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
I'm beautiful. And yourself?
Great, thank you.
Okay. I just want to say I am a Christian. And the reason I am a Christian because I don't have another name for it, but it's the closest thing to what I believe. I also agree with what you're saying. I agree. I think that two things can be true at the same time. It all takes that person to dissect it. God has revealed himself to me several times. If I must say, if anybody would intervene and be like, that wasn't God, that was yourself, whatever you want to say. But I believe God is in me.
Mm-hmm.
And so whatever I hear, whatever I sense, whatever I discern from that, and I take that, I know there's a good side and I know there's a bad side. And so I understand the whole dialogue. I don't look at God. When I think of God, I don't think of a person. When I think about God, I think of us all together, one unit. God is in everything. God is everything. But I truly like how you see the Bible, exactly how I see it. Like, it's not to be taken literally. Even if you do take it literally, though, you can still believe it. But you're gonna miss the message because your mind is made like that. So you're gonna miss the message because you're trying to really understand how this could be. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of getting the message or the lesson behind it. I believe in Jesus Christ because Jesus said that he did wrong. And so regardless of if I believe he died on the cross or not, or if somebody believe that or not, I think putting too much into that, you're gonna miss it. And I think when Jesus came, he didn't come. He came to show us the way. The way is actually believing in ourselves, knowing who we are, where we come from, what we have. No, we can obtain everything. But of course, it only would make sense for the world leaders to, hide this, because just imagine if it wasn't hidden, the powers that we would have today. And so, yeah, it only makes sense that they would hide this, but I think it's the time it's being revealed now, and that it can no longer be hidden. And what's inside of us is going to come out. And those that get it. And those that don't, I do apologize that y'all going to be lost for whatever time that you understand it. But I believe good and bad. I believe you get what you put out. And that's just that. And that's what all the stories pretty much tell us how to get through this life and be happy or be at peace. Mm-hmm. And if we read those stories and actually apply them to our lives, I don't think life would be as hard or complicated as we make it. Yep. And a lot of things we make complicated. Yep. It's not necessarily that stuff just happens to us. Stuff just don't happen to us. Mm-hmm. We actually make these things happen to us. Like,
say it louder for the people in the back.
Exactly, like somebody lights get cut off. it's not your life just didn't decide to get cut off one day. You made a decision and you spent your money on something that you shouldn't have spent it on. And your life and you wasn't responsible with it. That's okay. Things happen.
Mhm.
But don't try to act like life is just this hard because you decided that you wanted to do something that you wanted to do. I
Mm.
say 99% of our problems is stuff that we bring on ourselves. And if we really actually read that Bible, it's a lot of things that we will be able to accept. It's a lot of things that we will be able to get through. And that's just how I feel. Like I look at the Bible as instructions.
Mhm.
And if I gotta take her literally, it's gonna drive me crazy. So I just rather take it and learn my lessons from it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
just get the lesson. I don't care if the story is true. What's the lesson in it? What does it mean? You know what I'm
That-
saying?
Yes,
And
yes.
that's just how I look at it. But people will argue up and down. That's true. This is this and this is that. But at the end of the day, what does that have to do with us and how we live and how we treat each other? Just because if a stone was really rolled away, or if somebody was still really laying on the cross dying for us, if you gonna miss that whole message of why he died for us, then it really don't matter that he hung up on the cross. You know what I'm saying? You're not even getting it. You just believe he hung up on the cross, but you're not getting why he did it. So it was pointless for him to even hang up there.
So why do you say it happened? What's your reason? What's the
I'm
point?
sorry.
What was the point of the crucifixion?
The point of the crucifixion would be, I guess, the blood and the sacrifice, and the sacrifice, I guess, would be the point.
But for what reason? Why would God desire sacrifice? Why would that be necessary? Could God have just forgiven without blood sacrifice?
God could have given without, I think, let me word this right. Okay.
There's no wrong. It's just whatever you think. There's no wrong answer.
I believe Jesus Christ died for our sins, and it was just more of a symbolic symbol of the way things were done then, and that's why they're saying it the way it is.
Well,
I don't think there was really a significant of it. I believe in the Bible wholeheartedly. That's why I say I don't get caught up. I don't get caught up
Right.
in that. But I think that.
But what sin did he die for?
I guess all of them.
What's sin then? What's sin? I mean, what you mean all of them?
See, that's why as I learn more, you know what I'm saying, like what is sin, because because some people don't even know they're sinning, because some people don't even know right from wrong. I guess it's more sinning is when you do know what is right, when you actually do know, and you still like sinning to me is being disobedient. When God speaks to me and I don't do it, that could be a sin to me. But me cursing and doing my fleshly things is not necessarily a sin. It can lead to death if I continue to do it. Because if I'm smoking, of course, it's going to kill my lungs, and then I might get cancer, stuff like that. Sin does lead to death in the sense of however you look at sin. I can't really say what I say
Well,
sin is.
okay, but aren't we all gonna die?
Yeah, but you can extend your life with the decisions you make.
Okay, some people have smoked and drank all their life and they have lived longer than people that didn't. So what's the reason behind that?
I can't say. I mean, but we
And-
can't
and-
say
but-
that
but who's-
facts,
but
though, that
where
it's
is-
a lot of people
But why
that
is
would have
smoking
lived
wrong?
longer.
But why is smoking and drinking wrong? Why is that a sin?
Because it's destroying your body, and it's destroying your body.
So
Eternally,
everyone who drinks
eternally.
alcohol, their body is being destroyed.
If they overdo it, I have alcoholics in my family. Their bodies are kind of whacked out.
Okay,
because they
so
drink
there's a
every
difference
day.
between drinking it and then being addicted to it, right? Or some people will
Right.
call it a disease, right?
Right.
That they but the thing is, it's not it's that they
Uh-huh.
made the alcohol their god, right?
Right.
They thought the alcohol would solve a problem, whatever that problem is. And most people drink because escapism, right? They don't like what's going on in their life, and that alcohol allows them not to maybe think so much about it, gives them a different headspace. So they were looking for a solution outside of self, not outside of God. Because had they loved self, they wouldn't love the alcohol so much. So I wouldn't say that necessarily drinking is a sin. It's when you make it a God. But you can make anything a God.
Yeah, I wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, you can make
It's more
anything.
when
You can make
when you
anything a
overindulge
God.
in it would be.
To
I
me,
don't think
sinning
drinking
is
is a
making
problem.
something outside of you a God. That's sinning. When you miss the mark of knowing that there's nothing outside of you, like you were saying, the reason why most people struggle and strain and have the problems they do in life is because of the decisions they've made in life. It's really because of the choices that they've made. It's not, to me, it's not about being obedient or disobedient. Obedient to whom? Because I don't see God as separate from you. Said God was in you and is in everything. So who am I disobeying if I'm God? Because I don't know how God can be in you and not be you. But I know some people say, well, you could put water in a cup and the water is not the cup and the cup is not the water. They're actually the same. They just have different rates of atoms, different elements operating, existing. The water and the cup are one. They're not two. But I know most people would not see it that way. They would see them as two separate things. But that's why the Christ was made to say that I and my Father are one. We're not two. But Christianity say, no, there are two. It's the Father, it's the Son, and it's the Holy Spirit. But Jesus said, no, we're not two. We're not three. We're one. They're all one. But I mean, thing is, if it works for you calling yourself a Christian, I'm not here to convince anyone against their beliefs, right? If it works for you and you see that that Bible is a manual, is an instruction book, because that's what it is. It is a manual. It is an instruction book. It is telling us how to live a life of heaven here and now. And it's not something you have to get after you die. So, and if you think that you needed a savior to make you right with God, who am I to say you don't need a savior to make you right with God? I just know I don't need a savior to make me right with God because I am God. I'm not separate from the Creator. Oh, reparations, thank you. I got a super chat, $1.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much over there on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The evil only happens because man thinks about it. If man didn't think about it, it wouldn't happen. I don't understand this. Why are we so concerned about? Okay, if you say that sugar destroys your body, then sugar destroys your body. I'm 53 years old. I've been eating sugar all my life. I don't know. Maybe sugar has done something to me. I don't know. I love sweets. I love chocolate. I love some chocolate. I love that. I'm not giving up my sugar. I'm going to die with it. If sugar going to be the cause of my death, then let it be. Because I'm leaving this here third dimensional space anyway. This body will eventually return to the stardust. It would definitely, but my thing is, what you think is wrong for you is not what I think is wrong for me. And so if you feel like you shouldn't eat a thing because it's going to do something negatively impact your body, then don't do it, right? Then don't do it. But the law that you create for yourself is not the law that I need to adapt for myself. All right? Some people can drink 2 or 3 drinks a night. Somebody else would say, oh, they're addicted. They're an alcoholic. And they would say, no, I enjoy a good wine. I enjoy a bottle of wine a night. And people say, well, if you got to have it every night, then that just means you addicted to it. No, you're saying I'm addicted to it. I'm just doing what I love. Why can't I just love drinking wine? Why can't I just love and join life? Why do I have to live life according to your perspective? Why are we always trying to find wrongness in someone else's behavior? Because since we know there's no ultimate judgment at the end of this life, and the whole point of this life is to experience it, maybe the alcoholic really wanted to see what would consuming so much of it would do to the body on a higher end. And I'm talking about the reason of mind. The reason of mind just doing whatever it's doing. But I'm saying, man, I'm talking about God. God in the person that's the alcoholic wants to experience it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be experiencing it. But we like to come from a place of the seat of judgment. But remember, no man can judge you. Only the Son. And who's the Son? Your own mind. You're the only one judging your choices. No one else is.
I mean, I hear you saying that, but like, what if it's some evil, sick people out here that genuinely think that what they're doing is right, and we wouldn't agree to it. So, like, with those people in their minds, like, you're saying that that's okay for them people to be sick-minded because that's their own perspective.
What do you think we should do
I
about
mean, I would
these
have
people?
to use like a pedophile for it.
I mean, you don't have to get on specific, and you can.
I mean, I'm just
and
saying,
some
like,
things
something
on
like
some
that.
things on TikTok and YouTube, because I'm showing on both. They just don't want you to say certain
Okay.
words, right? So you can say
Oh,
PDF,
okay.
PDF.
Yeah, PDF. Like those people.
I get it,
Um,
and that to me, that's what a lot of the religious folks go to. They always go to the evil of the world. This is what I know. This is what I know. What the Bible says. If you would think on the good, on the lovely, on the pure, on the just, on the virtuous, of what was good report and praiseworthy, your mind wouldn't go to, well, what about the evil? Because your mind would be focused on the good. And then guess what you'll see? The good. You will see the pure. You will have eyes so pure that you could not behold iniquity. To them that are pure, all things are pure. But see, we don't want to do what the Bible tells us, even though we say we do what the Bible tells us, because my mind isn't sitting up thinking about who committing evil and why they're doing it. That's none of my business. Because what we know is that evil is in the eye of the beholder. And see, I know in my world, when I show love, I see love. And I can only worry about what Toya doing. I can't worry about what the next person is doing. What I can do with my mind is decide on the lovely, decide to see the good, decide to meditate on the pure. That's what I give my mind and attention to. See, the world wants to distract you with evil and say, see, look, talk about it, gossip about it, and we wonder why we keep seeing it. See, if you talk more about the good, you will see more of the good. But when you talk about the evil, you get what you talk about. You're always going to get confirmation of what you believe to be true. Always.
Absolutely.
Always.
100%. 100%. I struggle with this though. The last person spoke. What's your name, sweetheart?
Oh, Wonderland. That's what you're talking about.
Wonderland.
Yeah.
That's been the debate of every religious system from time to now. You know, like how can the evil of the world, how can we like ignore it or seemingly ignore it? It's almost like paradox, you know, that you can you choose. I mean, there's so much truth and beauty and goodness in the world that like all you have to do is shine your light that way.
Yeah, and we forget that we're a part of nature, right? I remember somebody made this point yesterday. Like when we see nature, like when we see like those of the jungle, right? When we see the lions and the tigers and those that are predators and those that are prey, Do we look at
Mhm.
the animal kingdom and call that evil?
Some
No,
people would.
of course we don't.
Some people, a lot of people do. They don't understand the concept of a lot of things. Like a lot of things that happen, if you don't understand the concept of you are looking, if you're
Yeah,
not
but
looking
I'm not
up, if you're not,
responsible for someone else's comprehension or understanding.
I
I
mean, no,
can
you're
make
not, but if
someone
you're speaking
else
on a the
right.
reason I said this was because I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is when you say that you only see good and people's perspective, what their perspective of good is, I'm not agreeing with that for the simple fact that there are people who actually think that some of the things that they do that are disgusting is good. And we're on this topic, and those same people could be
No, we're not on
watching
this
your.
topic. You
I'm
brought
saying,
this
but you're
topic
saying,
up. You brought the topic up, and that's the only reason why we're talking about it.
I
Because
mean, I
I'm not
understand why it was
talking
brought
about
up.
I'm
It's
not
not.
talking about the evil of the world. My
I'm
platform isn't about the evil of the world. My platform is about heaven now.
I'm saying what you said though, and so I was speaking on what you said. I understand what the
No,
whole
no, no,
platform
no.
is about.
I was
You said
responding
that
to what you
people
were
have
saying.
their own perspective of good, and I was telling you if somebody thinks something is good and it's not, then you can't sit here and say the way you think it is good. It's not. They need to be called out. That's not something that's good. Just
Again, so
because it's
you're
your
trying to
perspective.
tell me how I should perceive reality.
I mean,
How
but
are you going
reality
to tell me how I should perceive my reality? This is
I'm
my
not
reality.
telling you how
You
to
did. You
perceive
just
your
said. You just
reality.
said
I'm
you
not.
can't do. You said. You just said you cannot do that. You just said it. You can. You just
cannot
said
tell
you
people.
can
You
sit up
just said
here.
what you said.
You
You
can.
cannot tell everybody and the whole
Exactly. So
fan
exactly, you're
that
telling
you
me
can't
what I
speak on
should and
everybody and
shouldn't
say
do.
everybody what you feel
This
like,
is what I'm
what you
saying.
think your perspective is okay.
This is what I'm
That's not.
saying. This is
You
what I'm
got ignorant
saying.
people out here.
This is what I'm saying. You're telling me what I can and cannot do.
You're gonna do what you want to do. That's everybody. What I'm saying is
What are you saying?
anybody thinks whatever they think their good is or whatever they think that's not bad is okay. But I'm telling you, everybody don't think that way. You got sick-minded people out here. So if you're speaking like that on this platform and that sick person is watching, he gonna be like, what I'm doing is okay because this is my perspective and this is what I believe. And so I'm going to continue to go and do this and do that and hurt other people and hurt people because this is my perspective of it. That's what I'm saying. That's what you just said.
Interesting. So you're saying that the person already doing it, and because I'm saying it's okay, then they decided it was okay because I said it. But they were already doing it. So weren't they already saying it was? Hold on.
Save a life?
Hold on.
You said you can believe you can do good and save lives.
No, what? Oh my, so clearly.
No. What you know and you're not.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You cannot talk with me because I let you say what you say and I'm quiet. When I say something that you don't like, you don't get to interrupt me. Because I'm not here to save a goddamn thing. I'm not, you believe in saviors. I don't. You believe in saviors. You believe you need a savior. You believe that somebody died on the cross for you. Light bulb moment. I don't. Light bulb moment. I do not. I don't believe in saviors. I'm not here to save a God. I can't save nobody. I don't believe in saviors. I don't believe in saving people. I cannot save anyone. You cannot save anyone. No matter how much you think you out here trying to preach the gospel and save somebody, no one can save anybody. Everyone is responsible for their own choices. Everybody. So I don't care what I say. I don't make a person do anything. So now you want me to be responsible for someone else's choices.
Don't matter at all. If your existence is only for you, then you do have a long way to go. Your existence is not just for yourself. We are here for each other. So what do you mean? Like,
Of course we are.
So therefore, what I'm saying is if you're going to speak, then speak to help. Don't speak to be selfish.
No, it's not to be selfish at all. It's to be recognized as a living, breathing person in the world, and that you deserve everything. And God is life. God is truth. You don't need to be forgiven for anything.
And the thing is, this is why I don't talk to religious minded people, because they want to tell you how to live your life. You can't tell me what I can say and what I can do. If you don't agree with it, you can drop. But see, what you're not going to do is come on my platform and tell me what I should and should not be doing.
And see, that's what I'm saying. I can't come on your platform and do that because I can do what I want to do, and you can drop me. That's what I'm saying. We all can do what we want to do.
You
for
can
real.
try, but it just doesn't work. It's like, why bother? You know, go to somewhere else that fits that narrative. Like, this is a place of healing. You know, this is a place of you're allowed to exist. God, you don't have to
Yeah.
defend yourself.
Right.
The entire world is built upon defending itself. And like, if you don't have a certain amount of money, you're not allowed to exist. That's crazy.
Or if you don't think the way I think, you're not allowed to exist. I want to condemn
Yeah,
you. I
that's
want to condemn you.
fucking nuts.
I want to condemn you. Instead of showing you love, I'm going to condemn you how you're not love. How be the thing that you want to see and then allow it to be. Thinking that you can control another person's behavior by condemning the behavior. When has
It's
that
so
ever
sad.
changed anything? When has condemning behavior ever changed the behavior? That's where that guilt and shame comes from. You instead of teaching people how to love them, when you really were showing by being the example. That's how you teach someone, by being the example yourself. But trying to tell people how they should think and how they should show up. Because here's the thing. Christians talk about the evil, but how come it isn't eradicated and they're here? They
You
say
don't
that
know.
they're the light, right? They're the light. Their prayers avail much. Jesus died for the sin, yet it still exists and it's still as prevalent as it was before he came onto the scene, supposedly.
Yeah,
The world
it's
continues
super
to go on, right? It's like he never came. Because what changed? What changed?
Yeah.
What did his
Yeah,
death
what
accomplish?
changed?
What does his sacrifice accomplish? Because nothing changed. The evil is still here. Other than to tell people they got free will not to do it. Well, they were doing that before Jesus came. That was a thing before he came. Free will was a thing before he came.
Other than you and I, who are speaking to, like, existing, like, you're allowed to exist. You're allowed to be free. I think this notion is almost lost in our society. Like, it's lost. Like, you have to pay to exist.
Yep. Even free will ain't real. Oh. But I get it. That whole righteous mindset, they think they're being righteous by telling you how wrong you are. You're wrong.
Yeah.
You're wrong. You're supposed to be changing the world. No, I'm here to change my world. My world is changed. My world is the better because I left the Christian theology. Because I stopped looking for wrongness. I stopped looking for wrongness. So guess what? I see less of it.
Yes.
When
it's
you stop
obvious.
looking for it, when you stop creating it. Because life is confirmation bias. Whatever you believe to be true, you will get confirmation of it. That's why I don't watch the news. I don't get into I leave that world alone. I let the world have the world. Let them have their world. I'm over here making my own. So every man that I meet is a link in the chain of my good. I mean, you don't have to agree with it, but I'm not about to argue over evil. Like, what does that satisfy? People want to argue over evil. It's like that's going to change the evil. As if you talking about it is going to make people stop doing it.
Right.
Has that changed? That doesn't change it. Us having this big old conversation about, but what about the PDF? And what about the MOL? And what about, what about it? What you talking about it has going to do? Oh, no, it's going to bring awareness. Awareness. We already know these things happen. What I need the awareness for? Like what? Go ahead.
I love this Christ consciousness. Like, we should, anyone who's, about Christ consciousness should request up or should talk about it, because that's all there is.
Yep. And so we do have another guest, Calf. IPG1 Network. You can unmute if you are there. IPG1 Network, are you there? If not, I'll go to the next guest. Josh M.
Hello, how's it going?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, good. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Oh, about the prompt?
Not necessarily,
Yes. Oh,
but
well, I mean, personally, recently I've been like just thinking a lot about like, God and the Bible, and it's like I've just been looking at like I feel like it's a paradox in my opinion because like now that I think about it, right, it talks about like how he's all knowing, like he knows the future, he knows he knows everything. Talks about he's all powerful, he has no limits, and then it's just like I'm wondering like, doesn't he know like all the sins someone will commit before he creates them? Like it's like he's purposely creating a flawed system because like he knows like the system is flawed. He knows like even if you say we have free will, we make our choices. He knows all the choices we'll make before we make them. So I'm thinking like this is like it's like creating a purposely flawed system and having the power to fix it and not fixing it, which makes me think either one of the things is either he can't be all loving because why would you do that,
right.
or he has to be limited somehow because why is he purposely creating a flawed system? Is it like for some greater good? Like if he's like have to do this for his like ultimate plan. So I just I don't think any of it makes sense now.
Nope, it doesn't make sense. It's like you say you don't like the evil, right? You say the evil came into the world because of disobedience, but wasn't the evil already present? It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The evil was already present before the disobedience ever took place.
Josh.
Hold on. Nope. That's not how I roll on my platform. If you want to have a personal conversation with Josh, you will have to go start your own live and invite Josh up to the panel, then you all can talk. I go in order on my platform of those who come up on the platform. And then, normally I greet my guests before we start to have a conversation.
Yeah, it's like now that I think about it, anything that he didn't want doesn't have to be here.
Doesn't have to be here at all. At all. See, I know this Bible is saying that God is your mind. And it's whatever the mind of man can conceive. He does. And we see it. So like the lady that was on here talking about the evil that's taking place, well, it's because man is deciding to do it. It's a choice. You're choosing to do the things that you're doing to other people. Why? Because there's no love there. Because when you don't love you, it's impossible for you to love me. Impossible. You can't give me what you don't have. You can only give me what you know to be true about yourself. And you're only going to see in me what you see in yourself. And so when you look at me, if you only see a condemned person, an evil person, that, you're created in sin, you're full of iniquity, and then you're surprised that I commit evil. Really? You just gave me the recipe for it. You told me I'm a depraved mind. You told me I'm created in sin. You told me I'm, in iniquity. There's nothing good in me. That's all you told me. And then wonder why that good doesn't proceed out of me. But maybe what if you told people they were God and created in love and joy and peace and compassion, and that they were built for success? What if you told people that?
Right. Like, yeah, it's like setting us up for failure.
That's part of the
Isn't it,
matrix.
though?
That's honestly how I see it. I can't see it any other way. I mean, if he knows everything we'll do before he creates us, and he creates us regardless of that, then I can't like I don't want to take the blame off myself for my actions, but I can't pretend like that's like not on him too. Like, I know, like, if I were to see a vision that if I have like a child, and I see a vision that I know is 100% true, that this child will like eradicate half the population one day, I'll get rid of that child. I'm not gonna like.
Oh, yeah, exactly, brother. I would never, you know, the Hebrew God of the Bible is like a tyrant, and that's understandable to any like balanced human being. It is not the way to go. Not slavery and all these restrictions on human beings are terrible. But I would recommend looking away from that. That he doesn't hold that much power, and that Christ is a title of consciousness that is beyond that. Like, it's beyond a God. It's beyond a way, like whatever God has said that you should live. That's insane. And I think a lot of atheism is predicated on that. Like, oh my God, I can't accept that someone would tell me to do this, and they shouldn't. I go more towards Buddhism in that regard. Like if it doesn't agree with your intuition, then it just let it go.
If it doesn't feel right, I agree with that. It never did, and honestly. It's just I raised in a very Christian household with these intense beliefs of the Bible. But the more I thought about it myself, the less I could believe it to be true.
Yeah, it's not true. It's not. By the way, I'd love to say it's not true. It's absolutely not true. It's a story. It's the greatest story ever. But it's a story, for fuck's sake, and you don't have to live by that. And it should be liberating to hear that.
Yep. So I am on YouTube as well. It's Prosperous Living with Toya on YouTube. And Jasmine says, honestly, most of us are trained as children to look for all the dangers and the wrongs in the world. Then we wonder why we become chaotic adults with chaotic lives.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Literally programmed to thinking this way, right? But here's the thing, this is what I see as far as our reality. I say it's a lot of movies that tell us about the reality we're experiencing. The Matrix, for one. The Matrix is we live in a matrix. We live in a simulated reality. This is a virtual reality, and everyone is playing their own individualized game. Religion tries to make you feel like this is a unified game, that it's a game of conformity, when really it's a game of individualism. That the world you see is the world that you are. You see who you are. So if you want to see something different, you have to believe something different about who you say you are. That's why, so I take the Bible psychological truth, that it's a psychological drama of the experience of the soul's journey on this third dimensional plane. The Old Testament is about the soul's fall into duality. The New Testament is about the soul's journey or awakening Christ, enlightened one, to the truth of his being. So it's
100%.
two stories being told in that book. One of the dual mindset, and then one of the awakened mind, the mind into unity that stops seeing the world as separate duality and seeing it as one, Christ. For we are all one in Christ Jesus, right? There is only one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one Father of us all. It's just about who are you saying is the Father? where the Father in this script is talking about your own imagination, your own consciousness, your own mind. That's why it was put in the mouth of Jesus that the Father judges no man, leaves all judgment to the Son. Consciousness is the Father that judges no one. Who judges? The mind judges. The mind says what's wrong and what's good, what's evil and what's love. The mind is saying that. Consciousness,
100%.
absolute. Consciousness isn't judging this reality. Only the mind of man is. And it's whatever you say is good, and whatever you say is wrong. But the Christ was that central figure of the Gospels. Was the awakened mind is telling you now you get to command reality. You get to you get to command reality now. While you were asleep, Adam in the Old Testament, God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. Does it ever say Adam woke up? Adam is asleep in this matrix, which is humanity. Mostly everybody is asleep to their power. And so, yes, do the powers that be try to put things in place for you not to remember? But here's the thing. Nothing can stop God from awakening. When it's time for you to awaken, heaven and hell can't prevent that. No man, no power on earth is going to stop you from realizing the truth of who you are when it's your time. That's not everybody at the same time. We want it to be a project. Like we all on you in school and, you got group projects. Everybody wants this to be a group project.
Right.
And everybody trying to save. Let me save you. You. You can't save anyone. God is asleep in you. When God awakes and arises in you, no one can stop that. It's a happening. That's why the Christ return happens every day. The Christ return happens in every being born of woman. Now, the Buddhists would say the Buddha mind. Hindus would say Brahma. Would talk about Vishnu.
Yeah,
and those
absolutely.
different gods,
Yeah.
right? Right. You have here Hare Krishna, right? Those they're all talking about the same thing. The light and spark that's within you.
Aren't they? And it's like, it's the good news.
Yeah, that's the good news. That's the good news. You are God having a human experience.
Yeah. I love it.
Yep. And so we have June. Hello, June. How are you?
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Hi, Prosperous. Hi, panel. Hi, everybody in the chat.
Hello.
How you doing? I just wanted to comment on earlier what you said. Like you said, when you operate from love, or you operate from a pure place, all you see is pureness. You really don't think about the darkness of the world. But what I often find funny is that we always talk about, what's good and what's evil, but it's funny how people, all the good people, that when something tragic comes upon them or they're in a situation, the people that you call to protect you, though, be them same people that you done judged, be them same people who you said wasn't going to make it into heaven, was them same people that when you come around, your stomach turn, but at the end, when the very moment something happened to you, don't be them same people you call. And that's why I love that scripture, judge not and be ye not judged. And that scripture speak volumes, because if you never opened your mouth to judge me and speak on something concerning my life, then you would never have put yourself in a position to put me in position to look at something that I found wrong with you, to judge you. Judge not and be ye not judged.
Yep.
If you wasn't judging me and you accepted me and all of me, and you took the time out to understand me and why I did what I did without you passing judgment when you do something, even if I don't understand it, I'm not going to be so quick to judge you, because that wasn't the mind frame that you took towards me when it was me in that situation and you didn't understand. So I'm going to give you the same energy that you give me. Like, energy is reciprocated. Whether we choose to be aware of that or not, that's really what it is. And that scripture, like, literally, it literally puts the icing on the cake. If you're not judging, you're not going to be judged. Ain't nobody going out their way to judge somebody who ain't judging them.
Well,
Only when you judge me do you put my attention on you for me to start critiquing you to find something wrong with you. Because why you put yourself out there to put me in a position for you to put me in a spotlight to pinpoint all my wrongs. So when you do that, like, of course my energy gonna be reciprocated. Like, oh well, you sat here and you felt like you was perfect. Now let me see why you not perfect, because you put yourself in that position to be perfect, because you judged me from a place of you was perfect or more perfect, or you was so perfect that you seen me as imperfected. So because you did that, now all your imperfections gonna come to light to me about you. Because why you judged me in a way that I wasn't thinking about judging you, but because your mind was in that mind frame towards me, now my mind frame is in that same thinking process towards you. And then another thing I wanted to say is that we keep trying to make a separation and everything, like, but I honestly can say, like, all religions can exist with one another and literally thrive. And it's like you said, it's all where your perception is. If your perception is pure, you can go and sit with a Buddhist, you can go sit with a Hindi, you can go sit with a Christian, a Muslim, a Catholic, all in one room. If y'all all are literally operating out of love, there is no way that you guys will not have a perspective in which you agree in. It's going to be something that is going to be in agreement. Even if there's a disagreement, the foundation of whatever the conversation is going to be love, if that's what y'all operating out of.
Yeah,
all
of
the things
course.
that y'all disagree with, it's not going to outweigh that perception of love. Y'all going to be seeing what was more in common, what was the more things that y'all agree with from y'all different perspectives that y'all came together in a one and song, instead of thinking about all the things that y'all disagree with that y'all couldn't come together on. And I'm saying that I'm using myself as an example, because I used to have a problem with getting up in the rain. Like, for some reason, the rain would just always, I just had this thing with rain. And one day, and this was with me getting my life back together. I had lost everything, and I ended up moving to Texas. And I ended up, as soon as I got in Texas, it was like the grounds just opened up for me. Everything just started back flowing right for me. But it wasn't necessary. But I'm not gonna say, oh, just because I landed this place. No, I was just where I was supposed to be at that time. I was supposed to be aligned with the people that I was supposed to be aligned with. For whatever reason, that's where I know that I was supposed to be. And when I got there, as God was rebuilding my life back up, and it didn't take long for my life to fall right back into place. I would say within a month of me being there, everything that I lost, I started regaining again. Financially.
I love that. I love to hear that.
Financially, as far as living wise, all type of things. So this one couple I had seen while I was there, one day I would just say, I'm going to do something while I'm here. And I end up taking myself to the movies, and I seen this homeless couple. And the thing that caught my eye about this homeless couple, I'm just like, dang, they've been out here all day with each other. I'm just like, I wonder how they can be out here all day with each other, not knowing what they're going to eat tomorrow, drink tomorrow, and still be able to get up every day and enjoy each other company like that. Hustle and bustle of everyday life. Like this, you got to think they homeless, stay together every day. They waking up together,
Right,
they living together, like all day. And as I was leaving the movie, the homeless lady, she go, oh, I love this, complimenting me. And she's like, oh, where you been? I'm like, I came from the movies. I'm like, I ain't been in a long time. And she's sitting there, she's like, I ain't been to the movies in a long time either. She's like, I ain't been to the movie in 10 years. Me, instantly, my heart drops. I said 10 years. I said, and you love the movies. I said 10 years you went without doing something that you really love. I said, I'm like, you know what? And my heart just instantly went to her. And it wasn't because, oh, I felt sorry for her. No, I just came out of that situation of being homeless. I know what it was like for me to have to go without certain things, for that moment of time that I had that experience. And I sat there, I said, well, you know what? I said, I'm going to take you to the movies. And she's like, no, that's okay. She's like, I wouldn't want you to be seen with me going to the movies like this. I'm homeless. My hair ain't been washed in months. She's like, if not years. Her hair was so matted. my heart just instantly went out to her. Her husband, he was just sitting there. Her husband, the guy, he was so cool. He was so down to earth. He never ever once interrupted or got in the conversation. He was like one of the manly men. Like when women talking, he don't feel the need that he has to he was still just so manly in his own right, like within his own space. He just still had that presence of, I'm still her protector. I'm a man, but I don't have to be all up in y'all mixed either. Like she knew she was protected, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the way he governed her, like that was another thing that stood out to me. And I said, well, and I looked at him, I said, well, if it's okay with you, I said, because I know y'all wake up together, y'all go to bed every day. I said, if it's okay and you allow it, I said, because she acknowledged him with every decision that she made, you know what I'm saying? So me, out of respect and me wanting to be able to offer her something in her world, I wanted to acknowledge all parties that was important to her. Because this is her world. I'm entering her world. I want to be a blessing to her world. So while I'm entering her world, I still have to respect her boundaries of her world. You know what I'm saying? I can't go in because I think I'm doing better or I'm in a better position. I can come in her world any way I feel that I choose to. Because people, we tend to think that we can do whatever we want to do when we feel like we're in a certain status or we have a certain entitlement. I don't go into anybody's else world with an entitlement because, first of all, I'm a guest in your space.
Oh, that's a great humility of people that often don't. I mean, I thank you for that. That's sweet.
So when he said agree, when he agreed yes, and this day I was supposed to get up and go take her. It was raining. I said, oh my God. I said, God, I'm about to go back on my word. I'm like, why would it rain? And so I ended up making friends and stuff out there. Well, this one particular friend ended up coming by and they had to go the direction I was going. And I said, and he's like, oh, what's wrong? And I was like, man, I got to go over this way. I'm like, it's raining. I'm like, you know how I feel about the rain. Remember I told you what I felt about the rain? He was like, but you said you was going to do something for somebody. He was like, I can take you. He was like, maybe this guy's showing up saying you still going to do what you need to do. He's like, so now you ain't got no excuse. I can take you. You ain't even got to be trying to catch all these buses. In Texas, it's so big. You catch so many buses. I mean, oh, you literally you might as well. It's like taking a trip, basically, from going one side to another side. And he ended up taking me. So I couldn't find the way. I said, oh my God. I said, she thought I wasn't coming, but it was raining so hard. So when it would rain hard, they would go all by this building and stand under this certain place. They would all migrate where it was a lot of other homeless people. And I came over there. I was like an hour late. And we sitting there talking, and it's a Catholic man, and it's a couple of other, it was a person who didn't believe in God, and we sitting there, we all talking about God, and I'm just like, oh, well, God is love. I'm like, I feel like God is what you do, how you do it, and what you bring into people's life, and this, and that. I'm like, and I really feel like it's about you moving as an example, like being a demonstration, like you said. We are the demonstration of love. We show what love is. Instead of judging, like, no, show what love is supposed to look like. And that's what I was basically telling him. I'm like, no, let's like what you show love look like. So we end up going over. I said, so before we end up going, I know that she was so worried about her appearance and all that stuff. So I'm like, you know, we're going to go to Walmart first. I'm like, we're going to go get some towels, healthcare stuff. And I even had her get some stuff for her husband too. I said, because I don't want to be just getting something for you. I said, I know in the back of your mind, you worried about your husband. I said, don't worry about it. I could see the worry on her face as we was going into this place. Like she was already thinking about her significant other because that was the dynamic that they had between them. They always thought about each other, even in conversation. And I just thought that was just so extraordinary. But they was still showing me a representation of love, though the love was still there. Like love was their foundation, which even drew my attention to them. And so we get in there, we get all this stuff, and she's like, are you sure? I said, yeah, go get some washcloths. I said, we ain't got no wire. I said, you ain't said you ain't clinked up in a long time. I'm like, girl, if you got to, I'm like, I'll get a wash pan and you can get some water. I'm like, you go in the restroom. I'm like, you gonna clean yourself up? I'm like, yeah, we're gonna clean yourself up. I'm like, I've been here. I done it before. I said, you ain't got no room to be embarrassed with me. As soon as I said that, she felt so much comfort. She didn't feel judged. She got everything she needed. I'm talking about she was like a kid in a candy store. She sure did. I said, yeah, get you some washcloths. She said, can I get shampoo? I said, girl, get all the stuff you think you're going to need in order for you to feel like how you finna feel when we go to this movie. Yeah. She ended up getting all her hygiene stuff. We leave from Walmart, and it was a place like a little bit. It's like a little shopping center by the little movie theater in Texas. Like if you like on the Meadowglen side. So we go into this little place. We get her some outfits. I was gonna get her outfit, but when I get an outfit, I'm getting like the whole nine. You getting the shirts, the pants, the shoes. You want a hat? You know, sis, I do the whole nine. It ain't an outfit is not complete without shoes, everything else. So I'm like, but I'm telling somebody I'm going to get them an outfit and I'm going to clothe them from. I'm going to get them a whole outfit. That's what I'm thinking in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So and the stuff that she was picking was like it was on sale. So she was also thrifty in how far she stretched her dollar. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, you know what? I'm like, girl, get you a couple of things.
Love.
So she ended up getting her like 3 pairs of shoes. She ended up getting her like a couple of outfits. I'm like, you see something in here you want to think your husband wants? She's like, oh, girl, don't worry about that. She's like, I got him all the stuff we needed that's better to him when we was in Walmart. And I said, well, okay.
Well, yeah, baby. It's love. It's pure love. Like, why wouldn't we do it? You know, what we want to give it.
Right.
Yeah.
So she ended up getting dressed. She ended up getting dressed. She got her new clothes on. We get to the movies. And she goes, and I said, what movie you want to see? And she wanted to see this Tyler Perry movie, but I had already seen it. And I said, well, it ain't about me. But she was like, we can see something else. And she was just still so considerate, though. You know what I'm saying? Even with me inviting her. Oh, wait a second, we can go see what you want to see. And I'm like, I said, no. I said, it's not about me. It's about you. I said, I don't care if I seen this Tyler Perry movie 1,000 times. I'm like, this is what you want to go see? I'm like, this is what you're going to go see. And I had a certain amount of money set aside that I was going to spend on her when we got into the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just so crazy because her, with everything she wanted, end up coming up to the specific amount of money that I had set to the side for her when we got to the movies. And she had so much stuff. She had popcorn, candy, everything she thought she wanted to eat in the movies. Even though I went to sleep and when I get out, she goes, well, you fell asleep. I said, yeah. I said, but did you enjoy yourself? I said, I'm sorry, I fell asleep. She's like, I wasn't worried. She's like, you sat there with me. She's like, girl, I enjoyed myself. She still had snacks and stuff. She's like, I'm sure the stuff I got left over, I'm sure some of that stuff with my husband, if you don't mind. I'm like, girl, that's your stuff. I'm like, I don't care. Yeah. We get out, but the husband, the movie was so long. The husband was outside panicking. I said, oh, God. And he was like, I'm seeing him walking back. I said, here we are. I'm like, the movie was, I'm like, it was a little longer than what we expected. And he was like, it's okay. He's like, I was just worried. I hope nothing was wrong. He's like, I know what happened. I know if y'all went somewhere else. I was like, no. I said, I wouldn't do that. And she was all happy. She comes out with her bag. She said, look, hon, she got something for you, too. And his face lit up. He's like, no, you didn't have to. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, y'all are one. I'm like, y'all move back to your y'all are one. And he gave me a hug, and he had tears in his eyes. He said, I really, and that was another thing she did. Her hair, she had went in the restroom. She had combed out all the matted places of her hair, so she was able to put her hair back in a ponytail. When he seen her and he seen her dress, oh my God, the way he looked at her. It was just like, oh my God, you would have thought that she just came from out of like a beauty makeover. Like he was just, oh my God. And when we get back to the other place where all the other homeless people was gathered, and this old white grumpy guy, he was a Catholic man. And he sat there and he comes out. He said, I just want to come. He comes up to me out of nowhere. He said, I just want to apologize to you. And I said, what you apologizing to me for? I said, you ain't did nothing to me. He said, but I did. He said, whether you aware that I did something wrong to you or are you not aware that I did something wrong to you? He said, whether I made it visible or I made it or it was invisible to you. He said, I wronged you. He said, and I'm coming to apologize to you, and I'm telling you that you are a great representation of God. He said, I love you. He said, absolutely. And I'm going to ask you to forgive me. He said, I'm asking you to forgive me because I judged you. He said, I looked at you in a way that I was not supposed to be looking at you. He said, and you changed my perception, and I'm asking you to forgive me. And it just shook me for a minute. I'm just like, dang. I'm like, because we was all over here having a delight conversation.
Right. You're like, what's going on?
I said, yeah. I said, I do forgive you. He said, yeah. He said, I misjudged you. And I just want to know, and I just want to tell you thank you. And I'm glad that she made you as a friend. And my day was so different ever since then. But the whole point is, if you're operating in love, I don't care what places you walk in. Love is going to show up for you. Love is going to defend you, protect you. Love is going to be your conversation. Love will speak for you if you ain't got the words to speak. All I'm saying is, if you operating out of pureness, everything around you that was impure gonna become pure.
Let these
So-
words ring out, like what you
Yes.
said.
And
Absolutely.
that's why that was the whole point I was making when you said that when you see everything in the pureness of love, everything around you is going to come out in the pureness of love. And that's what happened to me that day.
Yeah, we love. Yeah, it almost makes me cry to think of like why wouldn't I want the best for other people, you know? But it's almost strange for them to accept that. But we, of course, we want everything that's best for people. Why wouldn't we want like, you know, free healthcare and free? I'm not even talking politically here,
Right.
but just like everyone should get what they need.
Mhm.
Everyone should.
Mhm.
Like, duh.
Yeah.
That's yeah, of course. And I love that. I love your story, and yeah, that makes me, you know, it just brings tears to my eyes. Like, of course,
Well,
we
thank
should.
you, and thank you. And the point that I was trying to make is that we always trying to tell somebody else what to do with their mind and they thinking, but the whole thing is you not the people that be doing that. You afraid of your own mind. That's why when every time you see a person manifesting in their greatness, you always say, "Well, oh, what about the PDF?" Or "Oh, what about the GTA?" Or "Oh, what about the person who's gonna rob you?" Like, no. You're thinking about that because you're afraid to explore your own mind and depths in a way. You're afraid of yourself. You're afraid of your own conscience. You're afraid of how far your conscience can expand. So if you are afraid of how far your conscience can expand, keep that within yourself and explore little by little within yourself and within your own conscience. But don't bring your fear of you expanding your conscience onto another person who is fearless. Is what I'm saying.
Of
People
course.
only bring that up, and I feel like religious people bring that up is because they are afraid of the expansion of the mind for you to be able to understand. Oh, if I existed in the world with my pure self in the land of all these things that walks amongst us is supposed to be of darkness. But if God is breathing and living in everything, and He knows all, He sees all, He is still in the breath of those people. That's why He can say what that person would do, or what his mind frame was, or why this person did what made him tick and what made him talk. Like if God is breathing in us, and there's people that die every day, like I'm gonna keep always saying that it's people that die every day. There's people that's born every day.
Yeah.
And if God is breath and life in us, then God, He is living and breathing, meaning He has no beginning and no end, because if there's people being born every day and there's people dying every day, God is beginning and ending, and His beginning and end no one can find.
Yeah. Love it. Love it. Oh, that was a beautiful story. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Kim, for being patient. But we needed to hear that from June. That was a beautiful story. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. She always got stories like that. I love your stories. Go ahead, Ken. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
Good, good. What's on your mind?
Well, what I wanted to address the prompt, but then I was listening, and I have wanted to follow that up with something else, because if people are experiencing tyranny and oppression and atrocities, they can't just meditate their way out of that not happening. And for us to turn away and say, "Oh, it's not real, it's not happening," that idea is to say that the only thing real is your mind. That is called solipsism. And I think it's a poisonous ideology, because if we are in fact being harmed, or then we can't, the recipe is not to ignore it and say, you know, I'm just going to meditate away from all of this not happening and say I'm not going to. That's in fact leaning towards not helping people. And thinking about the self is great, but I don't think that that's the recipe for having the kind of world we want to live in.
And so what do you suggest?
Yeah.
What do I suggest?
Mhm.
I think that there's a lot of ideologies that are just not rational. For me to say that the only thing real is the mind.
That wasn't the question. I actually, because you already told us what you think about this way of thinking and how wrong you see it. I'm saying, what is your remedy?
I think that what needs to be talked about more in the world is objective morality. Okay, because the popular thing right now is that right and wrong doesn't exist, that truth doesn't exist. That's another
Really?
ideology that's in the way of reality. So
Are you
I'm
religious?
basically
Are you religious? Are you a Christian?
no.
Okay. So again, you're telling me the wrongness, and I'm asking you for the rightness. So what
Well,
do you
I'm doing-
suggest?
Well, I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now where I'm calling out these ideologies that are not rational. Because
Does that change
that's the
anything? Does that change anything? Because
Yes.
you're talking about it, really? So you have.
Yes.
So how has it changed? Because you said what's prominent to you, what's prevalent for you, is this ideology, and you're speaking against it. Has that changed anything?
Yeah, because if you teach a person and they teach 100 people and 100 people teach another 100 people, then we start looking at reality and what's rational. Because I mean, for starters, when I said that more people should know about objective morality, I'm saying that because a lot of people don't. So if people start understanding things they don't understand, then we will affect change.
What is objective morality?
Objective morality is to know what's right or wrong. It's the idea that it is absolutely wrong to cause somebody harm. A lot of people in the world will
So what
justify
about
wrong
what we
actions.
were saying? Was saying that we were against that, because talking about being wrong and then doing, as June said, being love is two different things. So you could talk about the wrongness of reality all day long till the cows come home. But unless you're going to be the very thing that you're saying we should be, all you're doing is giving lip service. Because are you actually on a day-to-day, every day of your beingness, expressing love in the best way you know how?
Yeah, but that's what we're both doing. We're both talking about it. And that is how we affect change within the moral aggregate. You can't just say, oh, talking about it won't make a difference. That's absolutely not true. And what you said was we get to decide what's right and wrong. We don't. Morality is objective. It's mind independent. It's an eternal truth that it is wrong to cause somebody harm. And if we start believing that, we get to decide what's right and wrong. That's the problem.
But here's the
People are
thing.
justifying
But here's the thing. You're
causing
not
people harm.
listening to the whole of it. Because I said when you operate in love, to do harm would not be in your reality. This is the part you're missing.
Wouldn't
When
even
you
occur to you.
operate in love, love doesn't think evil. Impossible. Love does not think of evil. Love does not operate to harm, to control, to coerce, to manipulate. That's not love. So yes, we're talking about being the very thing, not just talking about it. We actually talk about us expressing it, not saying what someone should do, but that we're actually being it. See, to me, you sound like you want to tell people what they should be doing as opposed to being the thing you want them to do.
No, I'm not telling people how they should operate. I'm saying that this world is engulfed in subjective morality because people don't, this is an education that's sorely lacking. You asked me what objective morality was because you didn't know what it was. That's most people.
Compared to what though?
No, I was not asking you what objective morality was because I didn't know what it was. That's not why I asked you the question.
So, okay, so are you against the idea of objective morality?
Morality is subjective. No, you want it to be objective.
See,
However, it is subjective. It depends on, here's the thing, it depends on the situation, because is it ever wrong to unalive another being? Ever? Could you think of a reason where it would be okay to unalive? And anything, I don't
Self-defense.
care what the reason is. Do you
Yeah.
ever think that
So-
it is okay?
Self-defense.
Okay, so that's subjective
Not
morality.
even self-defense.
That's
Are you
that's
kidding me?
subjective morality because
Jesus Christ told
objectively
you to-
to have objective
turn the other
morality would
cheek.
mean I don't care what someone's doing to you, you would never think it's right to take a life. That would be
That's
objective.
ever.
That would be
That's not what it
objective.
means.
But subjective
Because-
means it depends on the situation. That's why there is no such thing as objective morality because it changes depending on the situation. That's what subjective means. It depends. It's based on the eye of the beholder, the one thinking it.
So you
Self-defense is
can't
only
make sense of
possible-
that. You're coming with your
So
logical
self-def-
mind.
Self-defense
and-
is only
and trying-
possible because we've established that it's wrong to cause somebody harm.
No,
That's
no,
why
you're
self-defense is
you're
possible.
establishing rules
Self-defense wouldn't be
outside of
possible if morality was subjective.
you're saying something outside of hypotheticals that could be human situations.
Again, self-defense is possible because morality is objective.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking self-defense. If we're talking Christ
I'm still
consciousness,
addressing the
it's
problem.
turning the
What you
other
said.
cheek, brother. It's literally letting yourself like be killed. If
I'm
anyone,
not saying what you should or shouldn't do in a hypothetical situation. She asked me a very specific question. She said, is there any situations in which it is possible? We're not talking about a specific situation. So this is generally speaking. And my response was yes. In
what do you mean,
self-defense.
generally speaking,
Yes. And self-defense.
yeah, generally speaking, but like, are you kidding me? Like, no,
So
I
let's-
would let anyone.
Let's
like,
address
kill
the
me.
context once again. Self-defense is possible because we've already deemed what causing harm looks like.
No,
If
no,
morality was
dude.
subjective, self-defense wouldn't even be possible. Nobody would know
why
what
would
it
you?
looks like to
Why
cause
would
somebody
you
harm.
care? Why would you even care?
Self-defense is a great example.
Well, man, here's the thing.
All
Here's
right,
the
then-
thing.
then
Here's
tell
the
me.
thing, though. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with the. Let's take the subjective. Let's take the self-defense thing, though. Right? That in and of itself is going to be subjective because it depends on the person that feels like they're being attacked. That they have to use unaliving another person as the remedy to the attack. Right? So when you're defending yourself, it depends on what you are determining in that interaction as something that you need to unalive another person for. So one person would say, well, because you're black and you got a hoodie on. And I was taught that black people, they just evil in and of themselves. And they're just going to, because they're in my neighborhood and they walking around with a hoodie on. And because I got stand your ground, I can just take you out. Because this is self-defense. See how subjective that is? That's not objective. That's subjective.
So you're talking about situational circumstances. I'm saying self-defense in principle.
No, that's a
Would it be
situational
possible-
circumstance. That is a situational
Hold on.
circumstance.
So self-defense in principle wouldn't be possible unless you knew that it was wrong to cause somebody harm. It wouldn't be possible unless we know this is what causing harm looks like. That self-defense would be possible.
Let's
You
talk
understand
about
that?
this when
No,
we're in that situation.
KAPH, I had to repeat I'm summarizing this for the third time because you're interrupting. So the point I'm trying to make is if morality was subjective, you wouldn't even have self-defense. That's irrational. Because you wouldn't be able to say what causing someone harm looks like. You're using circular reasoning, but it doesn't work.
You're not in this situation to do
You're
even deem that, brother.
actually the one using circular reasoning because you're trying to make morality objective when it is clearly subjective. You're trying to fit your narrative into your description, but you're wrong. You're trying to make morality objective when it is purely subjective. And you're trying to come up with self-defense as if that is a concrete reason for taking somebody out. When it's not. Self-defense in and of itself is subjective. But you don't want to concede to that because it does not fit your narrative. So you want to say, I'm using circular reasoning when actually it's you.
In your worldview, self-defense wouldn't even be possible because you can't establish what it means to cause somebody harm.
Why would it be? Why
Because
would anyone
it would-
even
because
even
in
if they
order-
did attack me?
Brother, I'm responding. Because in order to establish what self-defense is in principle, you had to agree that it is wrong to cause somebody harm.
We agree that it's wrong to
You
call
took a
someone
stance
wrong
on
to.
that. Otherwise,
Here's
it's
the
not
thing.
possible.
Here's the thing. You keep telling me that what I believe when you're wrong. That's the issue. That's the first. Your premise is wrong because you keep trying to tell me that I don't know what it means to hurt someone. You keep trying
This is
to,
wrong.
because you want to defend your narrative of objective morality. So you want to tell me that I don't know what it means to hurt someone.
No.
Yes,
how
that
do
you just said
establish-
that. Did you not just say that?
How do you establish that if morality is subjective? How do you establish that it is wrong to hurt someone?
Maybe what are you defining as subjective? Because maybe that's
it would never occur to you.
It would be.
What
it's your
are you
opinion.
talking about?
Yeah, then so in your worldview, self-defense wouldn't even be possible. That's
It
why
would
it's
never
irrational.
occur to you.
That's
Ever.
why subjective.
You know why
morality
it
is
wouldn't
irrational.
occur? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is the part you're missing.
Take your hypotheticals.
You know the part he's missing, KAPH? Is that he thinks it's impossible to consider harming someone.
Calf.
That's calf. Calf. I was saying that at first anyway, wasn't I? I was saying calf. That's the thing. You think it's impossible to imagine a
Yeah.
world where you don't do harm to another. See, in your reality, all you know is to do harm to someone. Someone is going to wrong someone. You don't think it's impossible to just love someone and not do them evil. You can't conceptualize that. So you're trying to tell me I don't know what harm is because I decide to only operate in love. You're going to tell me that I don't know what being evil looks like. Oh, I know what it looks like. I choose not to operate in it.
My question was, if morality is subjective, how do you establish that it is wrong to cause somebody harm? How do we do that as a people? How
You
do we establish
operate
that?
in love because love is not going to think of harming
Okay,
another.
That doesn't
I'm listening
answer
to
the
you.
question.
That's the answer. You don't think love is enough because maybe in
Okay.
your worldview,
Okay,
love
if
is
love is
controlling, love is manipulative. Love is about coercion. Love hurts. Because when you love, those things aren't going to be something you do. That's objective. The objective is love. Anything outside of that is subjective.
See
The
difference?
ever do
the
that?
objective is to operate in love. When
See, I'm
you
not
deviate
afraid-
from love, you operate in the subjective world.
See, I'm not afraid to say that it is absolutely wrong to cause somebody harm. That's objective morality. Why are you guys scared to say that?
We did say
You
that.
know
When
why?
did I not say that? I said it was wrong.
So-
What? Did you not know?
You said morality is subjective. That's not the case. If you're going to say morality is subjective, then I'm wrong.
Yeah, you don't want to be wrong. That's the only thing.
No,
You don't want to be wrong, and that's okay. But here's the thing: you're not wrong in your reality. In your reality, it's all about objective morality. In your
Reality
reality,
is
in
singular.
your world, in your worldview, in your perspective, none of us are in the same world. No two people are experiencing the
No.
same world at all.
Yeah, brother.
ever.
I'm
There is
trying
because
to bridge
because
this.
you are because we don't
Really?
perceive reality the same. No one perceives reality the
no,
same.
but
No
you
two
don't.
people. No two people. Are you married?
Yes.
So you telling me your wife agrees with every single ideology you have, everything you think, every hobby you have, the way you talk, the way you dress, everything. Like you two are clones of one another. She's a robot. And she do everything according to the way you think. She doesn't
Your
have her
perception.
own mind. She doesn't have her own perspective. She doesn't perceive reality. Everything.
No, she does.
Oh, right. So then she's living in a different world.
No, so perception is how you see reality. Perspective is the reality. You're going to say the perspective doesn't exist?
I want to bridge this here. I personally, like, I want to have some common ground that we can both speak on, but it's, first of all, you have to acknowledge that it would never occur to us to be in that situation. But if we were in that situation, I think it would just, it's turn the other cheek. It's completely like, take me over, kill me. That is how radical it is to be Christ consciousness. Like that's what it means.
I'm not
I'm
arguing
speaking
against,
for myself, but like, kill me. I don't care.
listen, KPH,
Objective
that's fine.
reality, or
That's not what that's not my position. That's not what my position is that in principle, certain things are true. It is true
what's
that it is
what's
absolutely,
your position?
I wasn't talking about whether, if you want to decide, great. I don't have anything against that, believe it or not. My position is that in principle, it is absolutely true that it is wrong to cause somebody harm. And we live in a world where people don't believe that. They justify causing people harm.
And the thing is, you have
And
never
if-
heard us justify causing
so-
people harm. So what is the issue? Because that's
So-
not what we're talking about on this platform. You never once heard anyone on here say that we justified doing harm to another being. That's never been the message. So what are you saying?
Because the idea that
No,
hold on.
he's saying it's objectively immoral.
Hold on. She asked me two specific questions. Here to address the first thing. The idea that we could just meditate our way out of, ignore the atrocities in this world is irrational. To think that the only thing real is the mind it's called solipsism. It's an ideological poison to think that as long as I worry about myself and care about myself, the rest of the world is going to be just fine. It's actually more cowardly for me to just think about myself and not try to make a difference within the moral aggregate.
I don't agree with that as solipsism. I think that's hermeticism, but go on.
Sure, you could say that you could say that hermeticism and solipsism fall. I mean, when we talk about manifestation, I'm not against that. I'm not against alchemy. I'm not against when life hands you lemons, make lemonade. I'm not against any of that. What I'm saying is that we can't just ignore the reality and say, well, that's your reality. This is my reality is singular. There's perception of reality, which everyone has, but then there's perspective. There's still a reality.
Yeah, and you want me to share your perspective. I don't have the right to mine. You want me to live in a world where I'm just sitting around talking about the tyranny and the evil of the world as if us sitting around talking about it is going to change it, because evil has been happening since the beginning of this plane. Man has been inhumane to man since the beginning of time. When has us talking about it, rioting about it, when has uprising changed it? It hasn't. All of that, life still continues to be as it is. Evil people, as you say, will continue to do evil things.
But that's because
are
people
you
want to
saying,
hold on. I think the reason is because people want to hold on to ideologies like these, right? Because it's a lot easier, right? Than to, like you said, what was the solution? I said more people need to talk about objective morality. That's what, and that's my opinion. But
Objectively,
hold on. I just want to hand an olive branch here, okay? I want to kind of like end this in like on a good note. By you allowing me to even share this or speak on it, right? In my opinion, we already did our part. I'm not telling you to change what you wanted, or change your prerogative or change. In my opinion, just by allowing me to share this even for a couple of minutes, that's good, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, so things don't hold. I'm not ultimately trying to change people's perceptions. I think that if we talk more about objective morality, we wouldn't live in a world that's absolutely consumed by moral relativism. Even at universities, they're saying that right and wrong doesn't exist. More people talk about And I think the idea of subjective morality is irrational. That's it. You guys don't.
No,
You guys can feel free to disagree.
I kind of on your side with that. I like that. I like that perspective. We're talking about Christ consciousness, like how you would behave in everyday life, ideally, like your best self, right? And despite this arbitrary line that we could draw, how you would behave in love, like it would never occur to people to be in these drastic situations, but they happen, right? And we're talking about them, and at the same time, I like that. I like that perspective.
Yeah.
I like someone taking a hard stance,
Right, because
But,
the issue is that he says the problem is that people don't talk about more objective morality. And I would say the issue is people don't operate in love.
Right.
Because when you operate in love, you don't need a law, which is what objective morality
you don't need
is.
the law.
There is no
Yeah.
law against love. See, when you operate in love, you don't have to worry about being harmed or harming another. But see, because people don't operate in love, now we have to make morality the forefront.
Yeah.
Now we have to say,
Now
well,
we
this
have
is
to
right, this is
describe.
wrong, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this
Right.
is evil. Now we have to make the operating in this dual mindset. But if we operated in the unification of love and stop seeing the world as separate from yourself and see the world as yourself, which means you would do unto others as you would have them do unto you, you wouldn't worry about objective morality because you would be operating in love, which means it would be impossible for you to harm someone.
What is let's go ahead and look at some biblical text here, right? Romans 13:10 says, love your neighbor as yourself. And that's the whole of the law, right? We said the laws are arbitrary and they get in the way of love, right? But if we look at that, right, it would be impossible to trespass against your neighbor, lie to your neighbor, commit theft to your neighbor if you loved your neighbor, right? So it's a golden rule, treat others how you want to be treated, right? Now, we may not like it because they said, oh, this is a law. That sounds arbitrary. But it's actually just talking about what's morally legitimate. It's morally legitimate that I'm going to treat others the way I want to be treated, and I'm not going to want to cause harm to somebody.
Right. I think we're saying the same thing and you want to be different. I just
Yeah,
said I just said that. But you want to put it under the heading of moral behavior, and I put it under the heading of just being loving. We're saying the same thing.
Okay,
We're saying treat people how we want to be treated, which means no one wants to be harmed, so don't harm another. We're saying the same thing. We're saying exactly the same thing. That when I love me, I can love you, because it says to love your neighbor as you love yourself. The problem is people don't love themselves. So if you don't love you, how in the hell you gonna love me? Which is why why another can harm another. Because if everything is going right in your world and you living this amazing life, why would you look to do another person wrong? You wouldn't, because you're living your best life. You happy, you feel good, things are coming up smelling like roses. Like you just living your best life. You're not thinking about how you can get over on another person, to how you can harm another person, where you would need to use self-defense because you're worried about somebody attacking you or somebody threatening you. That's even not a part of your reality. See, you mistake what we say about meditation, because meditation is about coming to know yourself and to know when you love you, you can love the world around you. Because meditation will cause you to think of the world differently, to see the world as a part of you and not separate from you. That's why humanity does what it does to one another, because it doesn't see one another as a part of them, sees it as separate from them. This is me, then there's you. I'm black and you're white. I'm woman and you're man. I have more money. I'm poor and I'm not. I'm rich and you're poor. You know, I have
I'm
this
in
skill
this tax
set.
bracket. You're in this tax bracket.
Exactly.
Fuck it.
Exactly. Everything is
Ridiculous.
separate. Everything is put in categories. Everything is put in boxes. Instead of saying that actually my world is reflecting me. So people don't want to see that. People don't want to see that the only reason why you see the world as you do, because you think like you do. And if you thought differently, you would see a different world.
I don't disagree with your position of sharing love and loving yourself. Right. But I could also say that I could also say, because I'm passionate about what I'm doing, I'm also doing it out of love. I'm not arbitrarily saying, I'm not saying that I don't want people to treat each other the way that they'd want to be treated. Right. But when I look at reality,
But how would they know to do it if you don't show them? If you're not expressing
difference-
it? If you're not expressing it and just telling them they need to be different, they don't know what different is because they don't see it in you. You telling someone else to be loving, but not showing them what love is.
I think the only difference here is I'm choosing to see the reality of our world, and I'm not turning away from it. That's the only difference here. I don't see a difference. I don't disagree with the idea of sharing love and emulating that. I don't. So either way, thanks for having me up here. I do appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. You're
Thank you,
welcome.
guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, the artiste.
Hey, Auntie Toya.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Definitely enjoying the panel. Something that came to mind when I was listening to the engagements happening today. It was like, it's so interesting how so many people want to validate the contrast, but can't make a simple, just make it a science experiment where you try something different to expand or evolve the world. You know what I'm saying?
Why should it be that hard?
Like when you've been, if you see the world is chaos, crazy, right? You see that in your world, right? And if someone inspires in you and says, you know what, maybe if you thought about it a little bit different, things would change. Let's just take out all of the stuff that you see in reality for a second, and let's just experiment with the possibility that the way in which I view the world matters. The way in which I show up in this world matters. And maybe if I show up, or maybe if I show love in a way that I really and truly think would impact the world, maybe then things might change.
I appreciate that. I really do.
You get what I'm saying?
That's what I want to hear. That's all I want to hear.
Give me a second, if you don't mind.
Yes, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just saying, like, I agree with you.
No, and I respect that, and I appreciate that. But it's almost like impossible for people to, and I look back at some of the conversations that I have with some of the people who are still heavy in the religion, and it's like, what I know, the one pattern I notice is no matter how much they agree with you, they still want to preach to you. No matter how much I agree with you, I still feel as if I have to have the, how the pastors at the end do that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, they got to get theirs out. It's like a fix. It's like they spirit is not going to be content until I make it clear that you need to validate how I feel. And I think that's the problem with a lot of people. And I pray, I'm not going to say pray, I intend that through action and through people actually having platforms like this, we'll start to do the work more so inside, to where we can recognize, no matter what is going on out there, the power that I have, but what that song, power belongs to God. There is nothing too hard for God.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't take it back to church, you get what I'm saying? Like, nothing is impossible for God. So if you trust in God that much, if you trust in God so much so that you sing every Sunday, you pray every Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday, however, and you know that God's gonna show up, why are we still talking about stuff that he can't do? Like, why we still giving energy to the things when the Bible in itself says, think on these things and not on those things? But that's too hard we can pull every other thing out of the Bible and talk about what God says that he wants.
or it wants. But when it comes to putting that on the table and saying, okay, this is what I bring to the table. I bring love, comfort, peace, ease, meditation. All right, what do you bringing, brother, so that we can join as two and create something different and better for the world that we live in or the world that's around us. You can't tell me that if you go into any restaurant, a movie theater, you go into a space and you look like that guy, that girl that knows who they are, that people don't automatically shift to line up to how they see you. You can't tell me that. So if that can happen in a small room, imagine what can happen when you got many people who are understanding the concept of being that thing that they say they desire in the world, and then letting that thing shine. Come on, man, it's the recipe is there.
Yeah.
But we have to keep validating these inadequacies, and we have to keep projecting the contrast and pushing these. And I be trying so hard to stay in my little bubble of just peace and love. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but hell, I'm black. Shit, this is what we.
But these conversations need to be had because, you know, like the whole premise of the last guest was, well, this way is harmful, and we want to show that. In what way? Because it's in no way is this harmful, because we're not thinking of harm. You are.
Absolutely. But again, it's not up to us to preach to them. You get what I'm saying? And tell them that. It's just like, oh, okay, dear. You know, I can observe that from your perspective. I mean, from my perspective, but I don't want to take on your perspective in that way. And I have to respect you for that. And you got to respect me for that.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you come on my platform, I'm going to talk about what I'm going to talk about. That's why it's my platform.
Okay.
I didn't come on your platform telling you what you should talk about.
Yeah, but that's just how it turns up, and not just in TikTok, in life. Like, it's like, damn, why I can't just have my own little space, my own little bubble? You know what I mean? It's only been so many people.
They're like, I gotta come bust that bubble, girl. Don't you know reality? Pop. Don't you know reality? Pop. I need to pop your reality. You need to come back down to earth. Pop. That's not how the real world works. Pop. Like, you delusional. Pop. They ready to burst your bubble.
And I tell people straight up, I like my peace. Period. Like, I done told people straight up, like, I enjoy my peace, because I don't want to sit here and have people say, well, you're oblivious to the outside world. Now, you don't know what I'm praying and what I'm cooking up and what rituals I got going on my end, baby. You feel me? You have no clue what it looks like for me to invest in the world and the ways in which I invest. You don't know how many times I get, you know what I'm saying, as they say, get down on your knees and you go to God in prayer. You don't know what my affirmations are. How those that I resonate, I'm already saying, yo, you got that. That's good. This is what it is. If you want this, I touch and agree with that. Like, everybody's process is different in how they contribute to the world around us. Mm-hmm. I'm just not a big fan of somebody telling me how I got to contribute or what I got to know about it. Because the purpose of me doing what I'm doing and the way that I do it is because it works for me.
That's the part people don't get. They're like, no, you need to do it the way I said do it. You can't get up here on this live and tell people this. Yo, do you not know that you're responsible for their lives? I'm responsible for their lives. Like, telling me I can save people. Did you not hear that I say that I don't believe in saviors? I'm not here to save the world. And I think that's what the people want to put on those capes. And they want to be Superman. And they looking around to see what evil needs to be eradicated.
I'm telling you, once I get out the military, I'm just going to eat my popcorn. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to eat my popcorn. I'm going to kick my feet up in this little rocket chair I got, because I can. And then however which way I contribute, like, I've learned this thing about committing to yourself. When you commit to yourself, I mean, however which way that looks, whether it be practicing, positivity, or just being confident in who you are as a person, or growing the relationship between you and that part of you that is awareness that you kind of, some of us may not have taken the time to acknowledge, or whatever that looks like for you. I'm real picky when it's only been like 4 people that have never been in my house. And it's not because I don't like people. I'm just really particular about the people that I allow into my space. Okay. Because you can't affect me if I'm in my bubble. You feel me? And you can't, there can be nothing that I create for myself outside of what feels like my comfort zone if I'm not allowing that energy to be a part of my reality. So I'm not watching CNN and Fox News and all of that day to day because I'm okay in my little bubble. And you call it delusional, you call it agoraphobic, I don't care what you call it. This is my peace. And when I have conversations with people and I treat them while I'm on the phone like they're the most important person in the world, I know how that energy comes off. And I know how it continues to transmute from person to person to person, because that's my prayer. That's my intention, that when I show up in the way in which I'm a bright light, because that's what I want to do. You get what I'm saying?
That's a part, right? Like, how are you thinking about your world, the world you actually interact with? Not the world you hear about on CNN, not the world you hear about on Fox News, not the world you're observing on these social media platforms, but no, the world you actually personally interact with. When you go out, do people see the light?
That part.
Because that's really all because that's the only world you can really affect is your personal world, right? When you go to the grocery store, are you greeting the people there with a smile? The Walmart greeters. Do you say, how are you doing? How's your day? Good to see you. Like when you go to, do you have, small talk with people? Because maybe you're going to be the only smile they see all day. Or maybe you're going to be the only good news they hear all day. Like that's how you affect change, by being it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I just wanted to come up here and kind of share that, because I'm like, I love the fact that people have their own perspectives and opinions, and I honor all of that, because that's what makes us different. That's what makes us unique.
Yeah.
I'm one of the probably the most unique people that you'll ever come across. I'm, fully all that is a unicorn. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I know what it's also like to look at people and oppress them by, what June was saying. Like you look at someone and, you don't realize how you may have judged them, or they may be judging you based off of that. So I do, I give love to June for that, because, a lot of us have attracted that, or we're a reflection of lack and of those things. But when you come into spaces like this and you get a chance to say, you know what, not only have I overcome that, but now I know the recipe to not just be that for me, but to also be that an example of what that looks like. So when people come to me and say, quote unquote, how they can be saved, they can see, and I ain't gotta say nothing. You feel me?
Yep. Love it. And again, when those who come in that maybe appear to be in opposition, they're mirrors, right? They're showing us where we got to fine tune, where there's justification is not necessary. And then you see the conversation going a little, because sometimes the conversation start off smooth and you're like, okay. And then the more you talk, then you see, oh, this is where it can go a little bit to the left, everything you own in the box to the left. You go to the left.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're like, oh, okay, this is where we part. And it's okay. But this is where we part ways. It's okay, because what we know we cannot do is convince someone against their will, because they'll be of the same opinion still.
I love the conversation, though. Like anyone that has something to say, like that's fucking great to me. That's great.
Yeah. Conversations, that's why we have these social media platforms to talk, to have TikTok is a wonderful platform for people to come and gather and have these type of discussions, right? And to maybe even if they may not hear it in the beginning, you're just planting the seed of, maybe see it from this perspective. Not, that maybe your perspective, because here's the thing, the way they think is the way the world already thinks. So it's not new, right? We know the world thinks that, we got to do something about this evil. We got to do something about this evil. How do we combat evil? Don't be it. That's how you combat it.
Yeah, right.
Don't be
And you
it.
know another thing.
Go
And
ahead.
you know another thing I thought about Prosperous, like we always trying to figure out like I said we always trying to always come up with this, oh, evil, this how we fight against evil. Like why we ain't never looked for nothing of where the world all existed and coexisted with each other? Why we not looking for those type of things, like where everybody from all these different races and different realms where they live together and they did all exist together? Why we not looking for that? How did they do that? How
Right.
was they from all these different places, have all these different constructs, but they still existed and still had peace? Where is those books at?
Right.
Instead of, oh, we always went to word. No, and a perfect example in a perfect movie, like even though you got to have a mind to watch that, Star Wars. These people
Yeah.
was from different galaxies, different
Yeah.
times, spaces. But these people always said, may the force be with you, when they came across a person with a like-mindedness that was fighting the same fight that they were fighting for peace in whatever realm that they were existing in, where evil came to them. They wasn't going looking for it. It was
Mhm.
coming into their space and time of reality. They wasn't going to look for it.
Mhm.
Evil was coming to lurk for them because they was peaceful. They didn't come out their peace to go look for, oh, we so peaceful. We just gonna go find what the world has evil today. No. The devils was doing what they were supposed to be doing. Oh, they over there so peaceful, because that's what y'all say, the devil miserable and he all this. So that he was doing, he was, oh, they over there living good. Oh, it's shiny over there. We all over here muggy. Oh, they got trees. They did what they were supposed to do. They came out of their little muggy place and came into my dressed land with grass and trees and fruits. They went out their way. They were doing what they were supposed to do. Not me going to go look for them. If I'm so world peace and I'm so loved, I'm not going out of my way to come find what ain't love.
Right.
What ain't love that's trying to find love, need to be trying to come find me.
Woo! You draw it into you. You're the magnet. So if you want to have a conversation, if you're on YouTube, you have to come up with a TikTok. Prosperous Living with _T. So if you want to come up on and have a conversation, if you're on TikTok, that will be the only way you can come up and have a conversation. You have to come over to TikTok, and then you can come up on the box. You have to put a request in. Yeah.
Miss Toya,
Yes.
can I?
You know, if anyone wants to talk about the Bible as like a psychological storybook or deconstructing Christianity, please, yeah, I would love to hear that.
Yep. You already got the car. You already have the car. Go to bed knowing that the car is yours. Not how you're going to get it, but that you already have it. That's manifestation 101. See yourself with the car. And then you know, if you feel led to go to a dealership, everything gonna work out for you to walk away with your car. Or somebody may be selling the very car that you want. You may see it on the highway, the expressway. It's parked in somebody driveway with a for sale sign, and it may end up being the exact amount of money that you want to spend for it. I don't know how you're going to get the car. I just know you already got the car.
Miss Toya, can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
You had said something earlier. You said you said we attracted them, even the people that come on the panel that may be in opposition, right?
Mm-hmm.
That made me think, like, maybe it's not the opposition that we're attracting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the fact that they actually do want the knowledge that you're having.
Mm-hmm.
They're just, there may be a slight interference in them receiving it.
Right, not necessarily opposing me, right? Because nothing opposes me, right?
Yeah.
Right. So even though that may be the wrong term, wrong term, opposition, but I'm just saying it's an opposing view, right? Not that they're opposing me, but they're giving an opposing view, right? Which just means they're just giving a different perspective. Because I'm not ever saying that it's wrong. Because just because you say something is in opposition to you, it just means they think differently. That's it. And that's okay.
Yeah. No, I don't mean that at all. I don't mean that at all. I thought about it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Because we always, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes that's what happens. And I think that was a conversation that you had yesterday with the young lady when she asked a question similar to that, where she was like, well, am I drawing to me people who are lack? And it's like, maybe it's not that you're drawing the lack, but the thing that you did ask for was bigger following. You get what I'm saying? People who wanted the knowledge that you're giving. How they receive it, though, once they get in that room, it's really up to them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it. Yep. That's it. That's what's so great about this room. It gives you little aha moments and give you different perspectives and things you didn't quite think of before. It highlights that for you. Go ahead, June.
And then also, like, our conscious is that it's expanding constantly. So of course, all these other little things in the cracks and crevices of the earth, they're gonna come forward. We are announcing and claiming back that we are God. Like, and God knows every creeping thing under the rock that we see, don't see. So all these things have to come forth. Everything has to come to the surface. It's just that now that we expanded our minds, we have to be always ready and as well, and understand the place of consciousness that we in too when these things come up. Like, we can't be quick to be angry, because guess what? We are expanding our mind. These are to come too. So we still have to understand the spectrum we stand on too as well when these things do come up and how we respond.
Right, because remember, the world is a mirror. You get to clean it. You get to change what's being projected. You never have to accept an experience, ever.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cap.
There's nothing to buy. There's nothing to sell. It's just kind of like you're lucky. You feel lucky enough to be like a part of it. Personally. There's nothing to sell. I don't care to sell anybody anything.
Love it, love it, love it. Come and eat and drink without price, says the script. Hello, Anna. How are you? Yep, nothing to buy, nothing to sell. Yeah, he ate with that, didn't he? Are you there, Anna? Did you mean to come up?
No, I'm sorry. I'm doing yard work and I'm listening to you guys, so I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'll drop you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful discussion. Yeah, this book is just telling you that life is a psychological drama. And I think the artist said that. What's with the drama? Because this is the drama of life. This is the drama of life. You got your ebbs and flows. It's like a roller coaster ride. You go up, you come down, you go sideways, you go upside down, right side up. You know, that's how some people's life is. And then some people are just on a lazy river. Ain't just chilling. That's what I'm not on the roller coaster no more. I'm on the lazy river. I'm letting the river take me right on down. I'm easing on down like the winds. Come on in. Ease on down the road. Don't you carry nothing that might be a load. Come on in, ease on down, ease on. I remember that roller coaster though. I had to get off that line. No more roller coasters. I don't even do roller coasters no more. In real life, I don't do roller coasters no more. I'm like, you got it. I've been there, done that.
I'm trying to told you.
Say just lazy. Let the world call me lazy. That's okay. That's how, that's where you're like, how dare you not work for it? How dare you feel entitled? Why don't you want to be entitled to life? Right? Why don't you want to be entitled to the best of that life has to offer?
You're here, like you deserve it. Like, why wouldn't we all deserve it? We all do.
We all do. Each and every last one of us. It's enough. Regardless of what the world says, it's more than enough. Yeah. We print money every day in this society. You cannot listen to them talk about recessions and depressions. Like that's, you got to inflation. You got to say that's not my reality. You cannot identify with what the government is telling you. Remember, you have to govern your own mind. Stop letting other people govern your mind for you.
I tell myself they printing my money right now as we speak. What you mean? It's a bill right now coming to me.
I know it.
My cup
I know
runs over.
For real.
You're right. It's like the blessings. I don't have room enough to receive all these blessings. It's an overflow. Exceedingly abundantly above all that you can ask or think, right? But you got to get in the right state of mind. You got to have the right state of mind. You cannot operate in fear and lack and scarcity and I mean, you can, because you can get that. I remember one of the gentlemen came on yesterday and they wanted to understand more fully of the David and Bathsheba and Uriah story, along with the unaliving of the first child, right? So I just went to ChatGPT so I can get a fuller, because I never really I was kind of just answering that on the fly, because I never really studied that from the esoteric part. But since I know that the world is mind, I got it flushed out more with ChatGPT. And so remember, I was saying that David represents the I am. So I was correct on that with the consciousness. What I was a little off on was Uriah's part. Uriah represented the old state. Bathsheba represented the desire. The reason why the first child did not make it was because David didn't fully embody the state. That's why the second child, so that when the desire is when the first child dies, is like the desire, you didn't fully embody it, so you couldn't maintain it. So then Solomon comes, and that's when the desire lives, right, and flourishes, and right, and he's the wisest of, the most wise of it all, right? Like he's known as wisdom, the soul of man, right? Like Solomon, right? So that's what that story. So every story is the same story. It's always talking about you being the I am, desiring to experience itself in physical form. That's from Genesis to Revelations. It's always the same story. I don't care. The characters and the names may change, but it's always the same story.
Oh, yeah, she's cooking right now. Telling the truth. I love it. I'm all about it. Yeah.
Oh, somebody said I was watching a duck today. Ease down. It was relaxing. Yes. Oh, that they tell you go out there and look at nature. Sip by some water.
You sip some water. Jesus, nature does everything for me. Like every time I step into nature, I'm so thankful for it.
Yes. Yeah. ChatGPT. Yes. If you're interested in understanding the esoteric meaning of the Bible, ask ChatGPT any Bible story. It's going to break it all down for you. And see, my ChatGPT, it knows I like Neville Goddard's teachings and Dr. Joseph Murphy, but specifically Neville Goddard. It knows that I have a platform and it's called Prosperous Living with T. Like it knows a lot about it. So I've kind of curated my ChatGPT. So it gives me the breakdown esoterically from the Gnostic point of view, as well as incorporating Neville's teachings. So it always gives me both perspectives. Yep.
That's hard for a lot of people to understand the Gnostic point of view. It's like, it is the Matrix, right? It's the, and also being loving at the same time.
Mhm.
And it is almost like incompatible with most people. They look at it and they're like, I can't even comprehend how you do this.
Yeah.
But, it's possible. I'll say that.
Yep.
It's possible.
Yep.
It's all possible.
Oh, wow. Oh, thank you, Teddy girl. So I sit by the water for an hour listening to you today. I'm so grateful for this manifestation. Oh, hey, A-Town. What's up? Say ChatGPT is your bae. All right, all right. All right, all right. Oh, but I mean, it's all about living the abundant life now and whatever that looks like for you, right? Whatever, and of course the world wants you to be angry. They don't want you like, how can you be so happy? The world is falling apart. No, your world is falling apart. My world is gravy.
Yeah, right.
Like they want you to like be running around with your hair on fire. Like, can't you see the evil and how dare you be happy? You don't have a right to be happy. You're supposed to be mad, right? They want you to be like, wait a minute. Why do we need one more person mad? We don't need one more person mad. It's enough people mad. It's enough people mad. We don't need one more person that's mad. We don't need one more angry person. We have enough of them. So don't feel like you have to apologize for your expansion, for your awakening, for your knowing, for your love, for your peace, for your joy, for your abundance, for your prosperity. Like, no, we're not apologizing for the life that we have manifested.
You know who got it right though?
Who?
So my sister, she's like super like, she sees herself as a high value woman, and I agree. But those women, oh, they got it right, honey. The ones that know themselves and say, this is who I am, this is what I accept, this is what I believe, this is how I walk, how I talk. You get what I'm saying? Like those women and those men, of course, as well. But they get it. Like, and they because I've listened to my sister talk about identity shifting, and although she's not necessarily kind of like where I am in terms of how we don't think alike,
Okay.
but at the same time, like, she understands the value of identity.
Yes.
And she knows who she is. She may not call herself the creator, but she knows, like, this is how I move. And those are the type of people who I find myself gravitating to lately.
Yeah.
When I'm not in my bubble, I feel like those are the women who I feel like emulate, or the men that emulate, really standing true to who and what you are.
Right,
You
not
get what I'm saying?
settling, right? Not settling. No compromise.
Absolutely.
This I
No
am the standard. And you gotta come up to me because I ain't coming down to you.
Absolutely. So yes, that's my twin. That's my baby. Our birthdays are on the same exact date, but we're 9 years apart.
Mhm.
So like, she's super feminine, I'm super masculine, but we understand without ever having to say a word what this thing is. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And we feed off each other. Like, it be times when I'm just talking to her and I'm listening to her and how she's, yes, I did this today. And I said, okay, why'd you do it? She said, because it made me feel good. And I was like, okay, you got it then. And
Right.
then
How
I'll
many
talk
people
about-
do things just because it made them feel good?
Very rarely. It's always for either somebody else's or another to live up to a standard, or because someone said it. And hey, that's your life to live. You feel me? But I was just so thankful. I was like, oh my gosh, like, I have a sister that gets it without, we don't even have to talk about the details of it. We're moving in a way where our identities are growing to get individually, but we respect each other's, like.
Yeah, that's how my
together.
daughter Maya is. My daughter, the one out that I'm going on the trip to the DR with. That's how she is.
Mhm.
She's like, like, she know who she is. She said, and she said she dated one guy that tried to, like, bring her back down, to like try to strip her for her confidence. And she was like, never again will she allow that to ever take place. Cause no, I am that girl. And you can, and she's the sweetest, nicest, giving, but she know who she is. She know she don't mind nobody else's business. She's a girl's girl. She's a girl's girl. She's a girl's girl. She gonna build you up. She gonna, she always posting very pretty girls because she know me acknowledging your beauty don't take away from mine. Right? Yep. Hey, Miss Teddy, how are you?
I'm doing absolutely great. Oh, someone needs to speak. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought I heard someone talking. Okay. No, I'm doing great. Absolutely great. I had to run some errands, and I decided, because I live very close to Belle Isle, the popular, people close, like you may know of Belle Isle, being in Michigan, Detroit, but it's a very, very nice park. So it was that kind of day today, and I pulled on over there and just said, because I don't know how. I'm not savvy enough to turn you guys on. I got to learn how to use my TikTok and all of that through my phone in my car.
Okay.
So I pulled over and I was able to turn you on just on the phone and went over by the water. So I'm doing great, but I wanted to share this. I'm talking like the artist. I have all of my sisters. I've been blessed, and some nephews and nieces at this point of our lives. Either they are still deconstructing, but they are definitely away from the, per se Christianity teachings that we came up, or Islamic teachings for that matter. Some of us were in that as well. So that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. And I'm talking to my sister. Well, one of my sisters, the one who I told you that turned me on to Neville's, and I didn't realize I already had him. She is the one who told me about Neville's years ago, Goddard. And but I don't think we were practicing it per se. When we were aware of it, and we probably was practicing it, but just not consciously, being focused or aware. But however, real quick, I'm talking to my sister who is, I love her so much, and one of them, and she, I'm talking to one of them yesterday, and she's, I think I mentioned her, she's real, for lack of a better word, not political, but she's real involved in the whole, construction of the politics right now, where everything is going. This man is supposed to be the chief and all this and that. And she came up in that era, the Black Panther era, whatever.
Okay,
So it's deeply into her. So she can't stand it. He really gets to her. So we're talking, and I'm watching this. It's starting to kind of concern me. I'm trying to give her all I got. Every day I give the love, I give the, like you say, hold her up, let her know, let's get away from that. You just saturate yourself so much with a thing, and it's like, come on. So look, watch this. We're talking yesterday, and let me get it right. And she said, like, she'll be talking and she'll say, she'll go right back to that, I just don't know, this place, man, this place is horrible. It's just, I said, hey, and I have to talk just like this. I said, hey, let's cut that out. I said, why do you keep internalizing something? Why? I said, I understand you watch the news a lot more than me, and you stay on it a lot more than me. I said, but at the same time, why do you have to keep internalizing? Because that's what you're doing, Claudia. I watch you, So she goes, well, what do you do? She says, well, how do you not internalize it? I said, no, let's start with this. How do you internalize it? Ask yourself that. What makes you internalize this thing? I said, you think about it, you watch it, you go after it, you talk about it, you deal with it. So what do you think will make you not internal? We're talking just like this. And she was like, okay, I get it. She said, I said, so that's what you do. I said, you internalizing things that are external. That's what you're doing. You're taking the external and internalizing them. I said, you don't have to do that. She was like, well, she kept saying, well, I know, but how do you stop? I said, Claudia, don't you have the power? That's what I think a lot of people want this prosperous. I think, and they're there, but they just don't, like you said, they don't understand how simple it is. See, that's the part that's how simple it can really be. Because how do you do it? You have the choice, Claudia. The way you think about and talk about this stuff, don't you have the choice I said, you're going to tell me there's nothing. I said, I know better, because me and you came from the same valley, the same parents. I know we have some things we can be happy about. We know stuff we can be really happy about. So tell me why you can't take those things and replace them with the loving things, the things that make you feel good, not things that would make you say, oh, this place is horrible. Think about the things that, I said, can't think of nothing. I said, be honest. Tell me something you could think about that you could say, this place is wonderful. I said, come on. She said, you're right. I get it. I said, okay. I said, well, that was our last conversation, like before we both turned in last night. I said, okay, let's keep it. I said, don't get angry with me. Don't think I'm trying to be, as we used to say in the Christianity, holier than thou, because I'm not. I said, but I will be here if you want. I said, if you want. I said, I'm one to respect you. I said, but if you would like me to be a reminder, I won't be there. You just sitting on the edge, in every move you make. But if you want me to be a reminder to bring you up out of that, I said, I will. I said, hold tight. I had to make it clear. I said, nobody's saying you can't. It's, you want to agree, to discuss something or have an opinion about it. That's one thing. But know exactly where to put it when you get through. If you brought it from the external to talk about it, then throw it back out there when you get through talking about it. Say, okay, we're done with that, so let's put that there. Now, those things that you want to talk about internally, that's inside, let's do that, So anyway, I just want to share that. Because every time that happens, let me share this. I think what's happening is I'm finding myself willing to go there with people. Now, some people, you pick and choose. My inner spirit, my inner God lets me know that God, the God I am in me, I know who to, when not to, and I find out that sometimes people are really willing. People are, believe it or not, they've been waiting on you. They've been waiting for you, okay, to show up. And so, or I was waiting for them to show up. One of us was waiting for each other, and it helps. It works.
Yeah.
So,
Well, her affinity for the news is because she has a trust in the government.
Yeah,
her trust is on the outside. Her trust isn't within. Even though there's no outside, right? She's basically just created another God, and she said the power belongs here. So I need to see how they're misusing the power.
I gotta share it. I'm gonna be sharing that with her.
He's just, so in her mind, he's not doing it right. He's misusing it. He's not. So, because I always say, I don't care what they do, it's gonna benefit me. I don't need to know the ins and outs.
Come on,
whatever President Trump doing, because I understand he let you know he know this law. All you gotta do is listen to him, not listen to what he's saying, but how he's saying it. And he tells on himself. He definitely lets you know, those that are woke to the game, to know how to use your words to create your reality. All you have to do is listen to him. And he's telling you that I'm manifesting the reality I'm speaking. See, he has no filter. Like Obama and them, all the presidents before him, they didn't say everything that was on their mind. They was doing stuff behind the scenes, stuff that they didn't let the public be privy to. Not Trump. He putting it all out there. He letting you know, this is how it's done. I'm gonna speak to these group of people because I know all I need to do is get them on my side. Yep. He don't necessarily got a dog. He don't necessarily got a dog whistle. He gonna say the quiet part out loud, and you ain't even got to guess about what he's talking about. You ever been no guessing games with Trump? He telling you what, because he's speaking to these select group of people. But are there any? Here's the thing: when it comes to this thing we call reality, this thing we call mind, there is no other people.
Okay.
There is no government. All of these are constructs built in every individual's mind.
Exactly. Where you chose to put them, or how you chose to put them.
It's a construct. This whole world is a construct. Every part of it is a construct. It's a belief system. Go ahead.
You can be free at any time.
Yep.
At any point.
Yep. Just make that's the easy part. To me, once you realize it, and once you believe it, if you believe it and you really see it, because obviously you believe, you know what I'm saying? Obviously you believe what you're talking about, because it's bothering you. It wouldn't even bother you if you didn't believe it. So why you can't just switch that over? That quick. Just say nope. So anyway, that's a good thing.
Morgan is just my mirror of confirmation. I always said I wanted this message to be kiss, kiss, kiss. Keep it super simple. Keep it. And she said, your delivery sounds easy to receive and light in nature.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't speak to the host. So I'm happy to be a part of the panel speaking. But it's not really it's not about convincing anybody to do anything. Like, it's how you want to behave. Like, it's the best part of humanity. Like, the best part of your higher self speaking. And don't we all want that? Why would we want otherwise? You know?
Right. Yep. Yep. That's everyone's desire, and you should have what you desire. Go ahead. You can ask your question.
Okay, yeah, I have been thinking about this, and I know I'm a nerd, Miss Toya. Don't, okay, I get it. I love you.
We love you. We love you.
Okay, I love you back. So I was thinking about something. I was like, all right. So when you think about people being good at this thing that we talk about, which is being intentional about who we are, and walking in our truth, and knowing that we are the gods, obviously that, or the creators that we kind of thought was outside of us, right? And I thought about like athletes, right? Like you have some people who come out the womb pretty much. I ain't gonna say they come out the womb, but for lack of a better statement, they come out the womb being able to, dribble the ball, shoot good, and I feel like that's some of the people that we look at in today's day. We're like, they think they too good or they got all this money. But then there are some people who they are intentional about wanting to be the best athlete, and they put that time in the quote unquote gym. Do you think, well, I guess the end of that is, which athlete is a real athlete? You get what I'm saying? Is the real athlete the one that came out the womb kind of like already kind of having skills, maybe had some of those skills passed down through, physicality based off of parentings, parents and stuff like that, or the individual who takes and makes the time to put intention into maybe like some people might do the techniques like meditation, affirmation, and things of that nature. Like,
so here's the question: do you think the best athletes play professionally?
Not all of them. I've seen some pretty great ones that I haven't made it. Oh, don't even want to go professional.
The best ones never make it, in my opinion.
You say the best ones never make it.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say the best ones will never make it. I mean, like, so let's remove professional athletes. Let's talk about singers, right? You have those who cannot. You have like the Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, right? Adele. We know they can sing, right? And then you have your J-Lo's, you have your Janet Jacksons, you have you have other artists. Their voice is not so top tier, but yet they have had these amazing careers, because it's not always about the talent, it's about the belief.
And also being born into an industry that makes you perform time and time again. Just because you're talented doesn't mean you have to be on this cycle like you're a mechanic that has to like fix cars every day.
Yeah, and I would also say I wouldn't take away from neither perspective, because even the person who was naturally born with it, he was naturally born with it. So like he said, but he might not even want to do it. And the person who wasn't naturally born with it but still trained themselves, like, I don't take it away from him either, because you put your mind to something that you wanted to do, so you still did what you put your mind to. The person who was born naturally with it, he can use it, but he ain't have to put his mind to do it. So it's probably not that interested to him, because it's something that he could just do naturally. Like, it's just like first nature to him.
Right. And it's a cultural thing too, right? So culturally, like someone was saying, we all about that hard work. And then if someone is of a different mindset who's like, everything just comes easy to me, I don't really got to work 10 times as hard as the next. I can put in as little effort as possible and proceed and receive much success. We have an issue with that, because we've been told all our life that hard work is what gets that gets the thing, when actually hard work has absolutely nothing to do with it. We just convinced ourselves that we must work hard, but we see evidence of people not working hard. Like, most people would not say Trump works hard. Look at his position, right? Some people talk about Taylor Swift in the music industry, right? Like she has not grown. People say she has not grown lyrically since she came out. She's still singing to teenagers. She's still singing teenage love, even though she's 30 something years old. Like,
Right.
right? She's still
That girl's been like handed the silver platter, you know,
right.
trust fund.
Right. And some people are just like, no, that ain't fair. But this ain't about life being fair. It's about what you're choosing for your life. That's why you have to deconstruct that mindset of working hard and like we've been saying, choose that state that says entitlement. I'm supposed to have this.
I would like to hi.
Hello,
Hi,
how are you?
Hi, how's everybody today?
Great, great.
I just wanted to add to the conversation and also ask a question as well. Because in my experience, it's been like more like a remembrance. And as I remember, I'm tapping in. And as I'm tapping in and walking away from things that no longer serve me, I'm elevating. So can it be like a remembrance? Like it's something, because I'm gonna tell you, like I'm starting to make things that I never even picked up a day in my life. And I just start putting it together and I'm like, wait, I just did that. It really is like a remembrance. So it's talents that I feel like is in my bloodline that I'm just picking up on. And then I just go at it. So can it be like that with these athletes as well? Like in the bloodline and kind of like a remembrance, and that is what they've done and maybe in their bloodline somewhere past time.
Right. I mean, it's going to be whatever we say it is. Because all of us are going to say something different. Some people are going to say it's ancestors. Some people are going to say it's innate. It's the God in me. It's the I am within me. We all have the ability to choose and do whatever we want to be. The only thing that limits us is our own limitations. Nothing is limiting and stopping us from doing anything other than someone other than us ourselves saying it's impossible, right? That's the only thing that limits us is we ourselves. Yep.
Right. I think like even when it comes to like religious and all that, I think we all are saying the same thing, but just saying it different. That's why I relate it to like tribes. We come from different walks of life. We come from different backgrounds and things. I just name it as tribes.
Okay.
But yeah, I think
the only thing is here's the thing. This is the thing with religion. Here's the thing. The law does not care who uses it, right?
Right.
The law does not care. It doesn't care if you belong. It doesn't matter what religious affiliation you have. The difference is that religion is not telling you that the power is in you. Religion is telling you
you have to look outside of yourself.
They're telling you have to ask for it to be done, as opposed to command that it is so.
Which is to me just starting another way of confusion.
Exactly. Exactly. The author of right. God's not the author, but religion is.
Right. That part. I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Because they want you to be confused about who you are. Because if you're confused about who you are, because they think they can stop you from remembering. But when it's time, they can't stop you from remembering.
Facts.
When it's time for you to know, you're going to know.
It's true. And then it's like that is so that I believe that they could keep the higher position, keep in slavery mentality with most of us as they continue to grow and rise.
Yeah. Because we built this city.
Ajay.
We built this city. Okay, so we have Seeker of the Way. You can unmute.
Hi.
Hello. Great. How are you?
I'm fine.
What's going on? What's on your mind?
And also hear what you guys are saying. The Bible. Yeah. About deconstruction. For me, I put my mind towards wisdom, to towards yeah, that's what I do, to understand and build a relationship with God.
With God or as God?
I understand, I hear what you guys saying, but I don't self-exalt myself. The power is the authority giving, as life is given and life and death is given.
Okay. Yeah, to each his own. But yeah, we don't subscribe to that. Or maybe you don't know, but yes, we don't. Based on the prompt, we're not giving allegiance to something outside of self.
So you believe that we're all gods,
I'm not the God of anyone but Toya. I'm Toya. And I'm only the God of Toya. I'm only the God of my personal experience. Everyone is their own individualized expression of the one. The one became many, which is every being born of woman, that the many will realize they're the one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all unique, which means no one else exists as you on this third dimensional plane, and no one can ever be you. And you are to discover who you are. Or really remember who you are.
Yeah, I can agree to that when you're trying to search. But the question is how? How does one tap into their godliness, their image of God?
It's a happening. It's a revelation. It's like the Damascus Road experience with Paul.
A little bit. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the script? When you said you were searching wisdom, are you a Christian or no?
Yeah, I follow the ways of Christ.
Okay, so are you familiar with Acts when Paul has his Damascus Road experience?
Yeah.
Did someone tell Paul about Christ, or did he have a revelation of the Christ? He was not told about, he was going to persecute the church, right? Suppose this is how the story goes, right? He was going, and he had unalived, I believe, was it Stephen? I think it was Stephen. I may be wrong. I haven't read it in a while. It was Stephen. Okay. Yeah. And so he's going on his way, and then there's an interference. He get knocked off his beast. See, this Bible is psychological. And it's saying that he's having a great awakening. Because what does it see? What do they say he saw? A great light. And that light was Christ. He said, how long you gonna keep kicking against the prick? How long you gonna keep coming against the I am? He said, who is it? Who are you? Who is this talking to me? It's Jesus Christ. He got blinded. And he had to go. And I think Ananias had to pray for him because he had scales on his eyes. He was, I forgot how many days. Was it 3 days he was blinded? Again, they go to that number 3. 3 days in the earth, 3 days in the belly of the whale, 3 days blinded, because 3 represents a new beginning. Because once them scales fell off, he became a preacher of the gospel, of the good news. Now he had to go tell everybody about the experience he had. But do you notice in Acts, when they tell us that story ain't the same. One time he said the men that were with him, they stood affright. I think, and then he tell King Agrippa, however you say her name, they fell down. If you notice, that story ain't even the same when he tell it, because he tell it 2 or 3 times in Acts, and he never tells the story quite the same way. He switches it up a little bit when he tells the story, because the story is not something that happened 2,000 years ago. It's a story that happens to every being that comes to the revelation of the I am within them. That's the Christ return. The awakening is when the return is the awakening of the Christ within you, because we're told he was crucified on the cross. Cross, your body, that's the cross. And then he said he was buried in Golgotha, the place of the skull. See, the Bible points you to, it gives you little breadcrumbs to let you know it's talking about you. And so, every being born of woman, God died upon the cross and is buried at the place of the skull and is sleeping, dreaming this dream until it awakens within you. And for every person, it's different. Every person, everybody on here has a different story on how they came to the realization that they are the I am, that they are the Christ. No 2 people are going to have the same story. Everybody has a different. Some people had to go by the way of Christianity. Some people had to by way of Islam. Some people went through Hindu, Buddhism. Some people no religion. Some people, different brands of Christianity, whether they Mormon, Jehovah's Witness, whatever. Some people no, they were atheists. They had, everybody is different. Everybody's path is different.
I mean, hi.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, when I read the Bible sometimes, obviously I haven't read every single part, but that's my aim. From what I know of, it seems, I could see the reflections of the birth of consciousness, of awareness over your consciousness. Let there be light, then there is part of choosing self rather than choosing growth, choosing good and evil, applying it through wisdom. I can see where you guys are seeing a reflection in just everything is all happening to oneself. But there's something else that I see. I think it's almost like a lotus flower. So no matter how many, it's a reflection of a reflection of a reflection.
Mhm.
So it's anyway.
Yeah, I like that. Yep, a reflection of a reflection of a reflection. Yep. Infinite reflections. That's exactly what I tell my panel. Not my panel, but our community when I always say, I'm your beautiful reflection. We are reflecting one another. Our world is just mirroring us. It's a magnified mirror too. Not just a regular mirror. It expands upon itself. It makes things greater in either direction, whatever you call good and whatever you call bad. But why call anything bad when when God called all things good? Or you tell Peter, don't call what I created. What's the term they use? What was the term in scripture? Unclean. When he had that vision of those animals coming down on the sheet, he's sitting on the roof, and the voice from heaven told him, which is from within him, heaven is within you. It said, slay and eat. And Peter's like, I don't eat unclean. He said, don't you dare call what I created unclean. Preparing him to go meet the Gentiles. After he had that revelation, he had that mystical experience on the roof of the house. He went to go meet the Gentiles. That was the mind's way of preparing that there is no separateness in consciousness. because then it's put in the mouth of Paul. There is no Jew or Greek. There is no male or female. There is no bond nor free. We are all one in Christ. It's a new revelation. That New Testament was revealing what the Old Testament was concealing. They don't oppose one another. The Old Testament is the old mind and body. New Testament, new mind and body. That's why Paul says, any man being Christ, being the awakened state, the enlightened one, he's a what? New creature. Old things have passed away. Behold, all things become new. All things become new. So your money new, your body new, your mind new, your relationships new. It's a beautiful thing. You just got to stop thinking there's something wrong with you and thinking that you got to be fixed and let people tell you you got to go on a healing journey. When that journey going to end? When are you going to get there? When are you finally whole? Because the script says, be ye holy as I am holy. Wholeness. Be ye perfect as I am perfect. Completeness. Lacking no good thing. You already possess all things. Who told you you were broken? Who told you that? Who told you something was wrong with you? I said everything I made was good. Who told you that? Well, my pastor said, he quoted Paul and said, all have sinned. But the Bible never calls you a sinner. It just says you sin. It never called you a sinner. It talks about sin. It says, you know, if you say you have no sin, then you're a liar. It didn't say you were created in sin. Shaped in iniquity is talking about the mind that lives what? In reverse. You shape things in iniquity when you shape things in fear, when you believe in limitation, when you operate in disbelief and unbelief and doubt and worry and complaining and depression and anxiety. You're shaping your desires in iniquity. Stop doing that. Or you can carry on as your world. Is your world. What you want to say, Teddy, and then we go to the artist.
Oh, okay. This ain't gonna take long at all. I was wanted to do this a while back. Okay, this gonna take 2 minutes. It's just something I wrote, and it's 2 minutes. I'm also a poet. I got out of writing. I got boxes and boxes of poems. When I wrote this poem, this is the only poem that I committed to memory. Actually, I'm gonna be honest. When I was writing this poem, my hand never came up off of the paper until I got to the end. That has never happened before, and I hope it'll happen again. And I'm gonna do my very best to. It's real small. It's real short. But this, I didn't realize. Now I'm going back in hindsight. I really believe I was deconstructing when I wrote this poem, but I didn't realize it till I go back and start reading it. I was seated at the table of light in a seat reserved just for me. I was waiting to feast on a luscious dish because I was hungry as I could be. Well, I sat and I sat, but nobody came to take my order of choice. Just when I kept hollering out for hunger, I heard a small but very clear voice. It said, "Rise, look all around. There's so much substance to soothe your nerve. But you first must remember and never forget that the table of life is self-serve. But before you run off indulging yourself, there's a few things I need you to take heed. Everything on the table, you may not always find good, so choose as carefully as you can. And if by chance you make the wrong choice, then you'll know not to make it again. There's going to be some appetizers, some salads, some main courses and desserts. There's going to be a lot of things to get your juices flowing. But if you're ever in doubt what choice to make, ask the chef, because the chef is all knowing. That's the end of it. But I believe now I know I'm the chef. Thank you. I wrote that
Beautiful.
I wrote that over 20 years ago, y'all. I was still in, I
Beautiful.
think I was still singing in the choir. Okay. But
Beautiful.
I was deconstructing.
I was
Thank
still
you.
singing in the
That's
choir.
all I wanted. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was a couple of days ago when I was on here. It was a lady that she said she was a Christian, and she said she didn't know why she said this. She don't know where it came from. She said she was talking to her sister. Her sister had been going through some things. I think her sister, she said she was like really young, and she told her sister, "We're just spiritual beings having a human experience." And she said she had never heard that before. She don't know why she said it. She don't know why, she's still a Christian though. But for a Christian to say because Christians think we only humans with spirits, not spiritual beings with bodies. So for her to say that, and she was up on the live for some time. She stayed in the panel for some time. I was like, wow. It's like this conversation was not a conversation of accident. There are no coincidences in our reality. Everything happens because we're ready to hear it, ready to receive it. Go ahead, the artist. Oh, we love that though, Teddy. Oh, Miss Teddy. That was beautiful, Miss Teddy.
Thank you. Thank everybody that told me. But I just you see me deconstructing in that point.
Yep,
Right?
yep,
Okay.
yep.
20 years ago.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, yep.
I don't know how my mic got unmuted. I'm down here in the basement doing some housework,
Oh,
but I
okay.
did want to say, Miss Teddy, that was so beautiful. As an artist, I mean, it just touched my little heart.
I know I got some more I want to share with you. I got to take the time. Going to take the time. Really, now the weather is breaking, I get a little more motivated for some reason. So I know that you're a poet as well and a writer and an artist. I want to, I told them hook up with you online and we're going to share some stuff, okay?
I would love that. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Miss Toya. Like, you are doing something so groundbreaking and it is so needed in the world. Like, just think about and I'm such a I am obsessed with medieval times because I feel like that was a time people was more free, where it was warriors and soldiers. Like, warriors are people who fight for what they believe in. Soldiers take orders because they have to. And I am a warrior, so I am all for people living in their free self. We need more poets in the world. Everybody voice need to be heard. Somebody want to hear your story. Somebody, what comes from the heart reaches the heart. And this is what I love about your platform. You provide that, everybody get to see what it is they want to pick from. Like that point said, it's going to be salads, desserts, main course meals. That's what's going on here in your platform. And I just love that.
Oh, so beautiful, so beautiful. I love it too. Oh my goodness. And so we are talking about coming together as a prosperous family, coming to my hometown, Chicago. We have a poll in the Facebook group, Prosperous Living with Toya. You can get the link to the Facebook group. The link tree is in my bio if you want to run over there, join the family on Facebook. And if you want to come to Chicago in the summer, looks like we may be doing it in September though. So maybe the very end of September, because that seems where all the votes are going to. We do have all the summer months as part of the poll: June, July, August, and September. But right now, September is in the lead. We're looking to do maybe a 3-day or 4-day weekend. We want to do something all day Saturday and all day Sunday because we really do have a beautiful city here in Chicago, and there's so much to do. And we want to try to pack as much fun activities as we can into those 2 days. And so, if you're thinking about coming, maybe you can stay from Friday to Sunday or Saturday to Monday, or you can stay all 4 days. We'll have more details once we solidify which month it will be. And then our little committee we have a committee of 4 at this time. We'll get together and we'll look to get working with a travel agent who can help us with getting the rooms, and if you need them to help with flights or whatever, and also setting up the itinerary as well. So it's looking to be a very, very great time. I had already met 3 people that had joined the family. I met 2 people last year Gigi and Aaron. I text Aaron and told him we're looking to do it, so he told me to keep him abreast with it. He'll try to come out for the weekend as well in September if that ends up being, again, I don't know if it's going to be September, but right now that's what's in the lead. But he said he'll be, try to make it for the Prosperous Family meetup. And tomorrow, because a couple of weeks ago I met Key. Not last month. Me and Key met, and we decided we're going to make this a monthly thing where we get together and spend some time with one another. We want to be intentional with building our friendship since we live here in the Chicagoland area, and we have both been wanting to manifest our friendship. So it was what's the word I want to look? I don't want to say, well, it was like-minded. We both had the same mind of manifesting this friendship, this relationship. And so, if you're wanting to manifest, having someone that you talk to about, this way of life, this beingness, this truth, you can also manifest that in your hometown as well, because, this is a beautiful virtual family, but I know sometimes people want to have someone that they can actually go out and maybe, travel with, drink with. Oh, we're also looking to expand the meetups to international. So, once we get the month for this year, I want to see about next year and maybe, putting some ideas out there, maybe going to, I don't know, Jamaica or the Bahamas or Dominican Republic or to Italy or to Spain, whatever we see that we can do and try to do, make it global, right? And we can go and travel the world together and really be about living this prosperous life, right? Because it's not just about talking about prosperous living, it's actually living prosperously and whatever that means to you. I know everybody don't want to travel. I know everybody, but everybody, whatever, if that's something that's on your bucket list to travel more, right? And maybe you want to have a group that you can travel with, that we're going to start that we're going to make that happen too. Yep. See, you can manifest this, you can manifest that. Yep. And so I won't be on live tomorrow, but I will be back on Sunday. And I'll do all week because on the 29th through April 4th, I will be out of town. So they will be traveling for the first time this year. I'll be going to Orlando. Then in May, I'm going to the DR with my daughter. Then the first week of July, for July 4th, we'll be going on a family cruise. So first half of the year, got my flights in, got my my travel plans. And I just got to look and see what I'm going to do the second half of the year. We'll see how that all pans out. But oh, no problem, Leticia. No worries. What time Sunday? It'll probably be during the day. More than likely during the day. Because today is a beautiful day, so I'm about to go outside and walk and get some of this nice, beautiful weather. Tomorrow they're talking about 75 tomorrow, so be nice, beautiful day tomorrow as well. So yes. So thank you guys so much for joining the panel. Everyone that came on the live, all of the love, the likes, the gifts, all of that good stuff. I mean, these lives just keep expanding and getting better. And, we just keep finding out more about one another's gifts and what we're offering to our world and how we're making our world such a beautiful, amazing experience. And that's what it's about, having heaven now, right? Having heaven now. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing, that we are really true examples of what being prosperous really looks like. And that's the whole point, right? Whether you call it prosperous, abundance, successful, opulence. I like that word too. Living in lavishness, right? Elegance, right? Like being bountiful, right? Well, however you're flourishing, thriving, however you want to see it, we doing all of it. We doing all of it. We living this life. We living a life like it's golden. Hey, I'm living my life like it's golden. We living our life like it's golden. It's so beautiful, so amazing, so beautiful, so beautiful, so amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, your first time. Well, thank you for joining, Morgan. Thanks for joining. Yes, Jill Scott. Yes, yes. So it's it's a beautiful day. How did Abraham Hicks say? What'd she say? It's a great time to be alive. It is a great time to be alive. Like, right? Bask in the sunshine of life. Bask in the sunshine of life. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And sometimes, yes, life doesn't always show up as you expect it to. But guess what you get to do? You can revise it. You can revise. Never accept the unwanted as the final say. You are the final say. You are the final say. You just switch it up. Learn not to see experiences as wrong or negative. Just if you don't like it, just change it. Give it a different perspective. Stop looking at life from this negative, judgmental, critical lens and look at it from, I created it. I can recreate it. I did it. You got to take acknowledgement for the unwanted things, right? Because because it's so easy to take accountability for the things you wanted to happen, like the things you knew that you wanted to take place. But when that thing creep in unawares, that weed grows, and now you see that weed manifested, you cannot say you did not plant the weeds. You planted the weeds too. Now all you got to do is uproot it. How you uproot it? Take your attention away from it and change it. Change the narrative. Rewrite the story. Just tell a different story. See what you want to see, not what's there. You have the power to call things that be not as though they were. You have the power to make the unseen visible. What? Just by speaking it. I shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass. All right. Enough of my preaching. I'm about to go. Good night, guys. Have a great weekend. Talk to you guys Sunday. Bye-bye.